It's time for main event action here in Amarillo Kart Complex. As always, my name is Caleb Vieska. Alongside me here in the booth for the final time this year in TSRS Racing action is Rocco Ruzic, and we get set to start here with your Mini Swift class that works their way out onto the grid. Alex Chandler and Pasha Ali getting set to start on row number 1. Aston Wyatt, Nicholas Orbezo on row 2.
On row 3, it'll be Gus Wonderlay and Setagova. Row 4 will be Casper and Vargas, and rounding off your row 5 will be Simon Klein and Cal.
This entire year has been filled with a lot of racing action through all of these classes in Mini Swift. Coming into the weekend, Alex Chandler was ahead by a couple of points. Nico Orbezo now finds himself up at the top of the championship standings here this weekend. Mini Swift presented by the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy. Chandler leads with 1,136. One driver with issues there. That looks to be Adrian Vargas for the AR Academy off the racetrack. And let's see if Vargas can get going. It looks like that chain just popped off there for Adrian Vargas. I think indeed he's going to try to put it back on. And at such a young age here for Adrian Vargas to be able to do that on your own, it's hard work, and I think going to be unfortunate end to Vargas's race before it even starts here in this one. Chandler comes into this championship leading over Nicholas Orbezo. I think Orbezo leads Chandler with drops, it could be, but whoever wins this race in between Chandler and Orbezo will ultimately be your champion here in Mini Swift. 2 Iron Rock Motorsports machines getting set to go out onto the racetrack here, and it's going to be an interesting race to say the least here. Rocco, it's been a pleasure all year, and I'm excited to do our last set of main events here in 2024. Hopefully you're not in the seat next year, so you can do this a lot more often with us and enjoy from the racing action in a different perspective.
I hate to break it to you, Caleb, but I might be in a seat next year as we get the green flag potentially. I think so. We're green for your Mini Swift class. To the inside goes Aston Wyatt. A great start to get the lead off of Alex Chandler there in Pasha Ali.
That was a great start there by Aston Wyatt to get his Burrell Art AR Academy machine up to the front of the field. Alex Chandler falls back to second. Orbezo is in fourth, and Pasha Ali sits in the third spot, but not for long, because here comes Nico Orbezo, who gets through. Pasha Ali falls back to fourth. Cade Casper sitting there in the fifth spot, looking to pick up some of the leftovers, but everybody already checking over the shoulders. Chandler looks over, sees his teammate Nico Orbezo right behind him, and his rival in the championship here right behind him. What does Chandler do here? Going to stay in line with Aston Wyatt so far to get that move done, and Wyatt now still leading us away by a car length. Casper sits in the second spot. Orbezo sits in the second spot with Cade Casper there in fifth. No moves there into turn number one. And again, a really tight spot to kind of make a move in through that corner, and everybody just staying in line and sitting patient with each other. And as I say that, I stand corrected, because Orbezo caught Aston Wyatt by surprise in turn three. He's going to take the lead of the race.
Orbezo with two sneak attacks on those two drivers behind him, getting Alex Chandler in the final chicane, and now Aston Wyatt, the championship rivals of Chandler and Orbezo there, both separated now by one driver, and that is the AR Academy driver of Aston Wyatt. So it's a bit of a catching up to do for Alex Chandler. He needs to get back up to those two and try to get back around Orbezo, as they're so close in the championship. Only 9 points separate the two, so it's really whoever comes out in front could potentially run away with the championship, as almost getting to the back of Simon Klein there as Sadagova, trying to push Klein around Gus Wonderley now.
Yeah, Pasha Ali losing a couple of spots here already. Simon Jack Klein was able to get through. Oscar Gus Wonderley was able to get through there, as well as Cade Casper, who was in fifth the lap prior, but he's able to get himself up into the fourth spot now. So a lot of drivers making some gains, and again, still a lot of wet patches there on the racetrack. A lot of drivers moving over to the middle to kind of avoid that. And again, the normal racing line finds a lot of drivers sitting very close to that barrier on the left-hand side of your screen on the front straightaway. But with all those puddles, it is really, we've seen a lot of hydroplaning through there with all the standing water in there, Rockman. Imagine like you're driving, your car, and you find yourself in a puddle. It's the same thing is going to happen, but 10 times worse to these go-karts here this weekend. Ali was able to get a good move done there on Oscar Gus Wonderley to regain and to limit the damage that was made early on in this one after falling down the order.
Yeah, that move did make a little bit of separation between them and Klein, though, so they need to work their way back up to the front. Two drivers who are working together right now are your two leaders, Orbezo and Wyatt. Pulling a little bit on Chandler now. It was a 0.8-second gap last time by. We'll see what it looks like when they come back around. Hopefully, for Chandler's sake, he's able to close that gap down a little bit. He has no help from behind or up front. Maybe a slight draft, but not too much, and definitely not as powerful as the draft that Wyatt is getting from Orbezo right now. Further back, that is Casper and Klein following very closely in the chicane that we saw Orbezo get around Chandler in a few laps ago. So a bit of separation here amongst your top seven, with Ali and Gus Wonderley rounding off that top seven.
Yeah, look out here for Simon Jack Klein. Just got a signal there from his team owner to try and make the move as soon as he gets there. So he has a good draft here throughout this, I wouldn't say front straightaway, but this short straightaway that is provided here from turns number 2 and 3 in between those two corners. And he closes down the gap here a lot into turn 5 and into 6. But the battle for the lead with Nicholas Orbezo and Aston Wyatt, they continue to open up their gap, and expect these two drivers to kind of work together just a little bit to try and pull away from Alex Chandler. And this is good for Orbezo in that Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart for his championship hopes here this weekend. To pull away from Chandler is definitely going to be imperative here for Nico Orbezo to solidify his championship here in this race.
And pulling away, they are indeed, as last time by they put about 3/10 on Alex Chandler. So this is not looking good for his championship hopes. He's losing the championship in front of his eyes right now, as there's only 10 minutes left. I mean, I say only, we still have 2/3 of this race left to go, plus 2 laps, so anything can happen up with the front. He needs to stay within shouting distance, though, because when these drivers start fighting, he could catch back up. Maybe Simon has made that move on Casper now, so he has a lot of pace, seeming as he's making through a lot of positions there. If he can catch up to Alex Chandler, this might be a saving grace to work together and push back up to your leaders. Now, as we look further back, that group of 4 right there with Casper and Klein a little bit further ahead than Ali, but he's starting to make a little bit of ground and catch back up after that overtake around Gus Wonderley. So these 4 drivers starting to all link back up. Maybe with 3 drivers, they can be even quicker, or potentially 4 whenever Gus gets there to the bumper of Pasha Ali, or unless they decide to start fighting if Pasha wants to move even further up the grid.
Yeah, it could definitely could get interesting here between Casper and Simon Jack Klein, as those two drivers that look to be passing at each other there into turn number 7, but Casper now able to get to the bottom of the racetrack on Simon Jet Klein. It's going to be an easy move there by Cade Casper to go through. He just had a much better run and a much better exit compared to the SLA Kart Republic of Simon Klein, and this has brought Pasha Ali back into play on Oscar Gus Wonderlay as well. But Rock, this weekend, I mean, we've seen a lot of moves kind of being made, but that last little, I guess, chicane and hairpin section, we haven't seen too many over-under moves like we would have expected to see. It's just kind of hard to find the run, as you see everybody kind of telling their kids to continue to push on. But what's one of the biggest things that I guess has impressed you in this mini Swift class as a whole, and how this racetrack has really raced so far this weekend?
Can you repeat that to me real quick?
I was just asking on what surprised you the most about this mini Swift class and this racetrack as well, with the new added section on how it's changed the racing up just a little bit, and the momentum that some of these drivers have to take through some of the corners.
I mean, well, yesterday we had a lot of change-ups with the weather, but now that the track is drying up, it's definitely starting to kind of switch up what I thought the result would be. Simon Klein able to get the pole, I believe, on Saturday, and right now he's trying his best to catch back up to those leaders. But I think the most impressive driver I've seen right now is Nicholas Orbezo, because he's at the front and leading when it definitely counts. And now Casper's going to go down the inside of Simon Klein there, try to at least a little bit of half move. This is definitely not happening their hopes of a podium finish at all, because they're fighting for 4th place. You see Casper throw a hand up, but it's a little bit hypocritical because Klein is a very quick driver, and I mean, they're all pretty fast. They need to work together, as there's more fighting going on with Pasha Ali, and Gus Wonderlay is going to follow him through on Casper. Casper tries to get the position back, and he does on Wonderlay. So all this fighting is hurting them so much now, as Chandler is still about 2 seconds back from your leader, so he's losing ground, and these drivers are losing ground of Chandler when they could be working together to get back up to him. Klein now with a bit of free space to breathe and just run the laps that he wants to run. I think further back, Pasha Ali and Casper are going to go and fight down into turn 3, but Casper comes out on top.
Yeah, and one of the things that I like that you mentioned there, Rocco, to go back to your point about the weather yesterday, this track has been changing all weekend long with the changing weather, with the rain, with the coldness today. It was hot to start off the weekend. We were almost at 90 degrees on the Friday afternoon, and throughout the day as well on Friday whenever we arrived here at Amarillo Kart Complex, and it was a very different conditions than what you're seeing today. We're down to 56 degrees with high winds, and it's going to change the tire pressure, the setup that you put in your go-kart, the amount of grip that you put in, the front end, and everything under the sun as well is going to change with the changing temperatures. And to see these kids like Nico Orbezo and Aston Wyatt, who have been ahead of the 8 ball almost all race long, to find themselves within a good shot here is good to see, and they continue to pull away from the driver behind, and Alex Chandler. And Orbezo, you see him giving a thumbs up to Aston Wyatt, saying, let's keep doing this. Let's keep pulling away from Chandler. They're about 2 seconds up the field from Alex Chandler, who sits about 1.9 back. Wyatt's in second here. He ran a 113.684 last time, and Orbezo just set the fastest lap of the race with a 113.636. But for all of these drivers, and for the top 2 especially, Nico Orbezo and Aston Wyatt, to be as quick as they are in changing conditions, a racetrack that is much different than what they saw earlier this morning, is just it's crazy to see.
And one thing about Alex Chandler, he seems to be holding on by a whisker here, because we're closing into the final third of this race, and he's only 2 seconds back, so he's lapping about a 10th slower than your 2 leaders, who are definitely pushing and working together. You saw a thumbs up earlier in this lap from Orbezo to keep working together. So Chandler definitely was still within shouting distance. If these drivers start to fight at any point in the next 5 minutes, we could definitely see a 3-way fight for the lead further back, with Casper, Ali, and Wonderlay there, all now seeming to work together. If there's any fighting into this corner, and my goodness, more fighting indeed. Down to the inside goes Pasha Ali and Wonderlay now. Can they both make the move? Wonderlay now able to get around Kate Casper.
Yeah, those 2 drivers kind of pushing each other ahead of the Trackside Karting Services GFC and Cade Casper. So Ali able to get up another spot, and so is Oscar Gus Wonderlay, as they set their sights on Simon Jet Klein, who sits up the order in 4th here, a little bit ways up. So some work to do for them. 5 minutes to go left in this race, and your top 2 still haven't fought yet. They still haven't made a move. They still haven't even attempted a move, and the gap further back to Alex Chandler stays stagnant as well at 1.948. Chandler running good lap times, but he's going to need a lot from these 2, a lot of help from these 2 drivers in the lead, so he can close this gap back down.
One thing that these drivers need to definitely consider before coming out of this race is the track temperature. The clouds are out right now. The track is a little cool, especially with a much cooler temperature. The high today is going to be around 68 degrees with a lot of wind. So, I mean, you have, what am I trying to say? Average winds of 20 miles an hour, and then we have some gusts going up all the way to 30 miles an hour. So it is a very different day than either of the days we've seen either Friday or Saturday. But, you know, tire temperatures are very important. You see Alex Chandler, his kart might be coming in by now. We'll see the delta as he comes around, and he's lost 0.3. But, I mean, still doing a good job trying to hold on. If he can keep within a few seconds of those 2 leaders, he'll definitely have the chance to have something to say about it whenever we get down to the 2 sticks. But right now, your 2 leaders, Wyatt and Orbezo, working together in perfect unison. No move from Aston Wyatt. We haven't even seen a fade down to the inside yet. But as we're closing down on the final few minutes of this race, we'll definitely see it as Orbezo's trying to get a little bit, and I wouldn't say if he's antsy yet because I don't know what he's really thinking, but I saw him look over his shoulder there, and that's usually the telltale sign that you're worrying about what's behind you.
Yeah, for all those drivers are still kind of checking over their shoulders, checking the gap, seeing when it's time to fight, seeing when they're comfortable enough to kind of get the moves done here. Time is running out. We're 11.5 minutes into this race with just 3.5 minutes to go for Aston Wyatt and the AR Academy and Nico Orbezo and the Iron Rock Motorsports team as they continue to work their way through. Simon Jack Klein sits in the 4th spot, still holding Pasha Ali at bay, but Ali is as well closing down his gap to Klein, who was just in no man's land there with no help from behind, and he's about to fall under fire as well to P5 on back, but the leaders still pushing each other here, like you said, Rocco, in perfect unison, and just making it almost an 8-wheeled machine here as they continue to pull away from Alex Chandler. That gap opens up to 2.5 seconds in between your 2 leaders. Back to the driver in 3rd, and Ali was finally able to get ahead of Simon Jack Klein for the 4th spot. That CRG Norton machine is up to 4th.
Yeah, we saw Casper fading a little bit now off that group of 3 in 4th, 5th, and 6th. About 3 seconds back now, so Casper definitely fading in the later stages of this race. He must have been set up for the early stages, trying to make as much move as many moves as he possibly can at the beginning stage of this race, but it doesn't seem to be helping him as it is a much longer race than any other that we've seen this weekend. So your 2 leaders doing exactly what they need to do in a race this long, which is work together. Chandler's still about 2.5 seconds back from your leaders now, and it's going to update when they come around these final few corners of 11, 12, and 13. 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. So really coming into the closing stages of this race now. Orbezo has been holding that lead this whole time, and it's only because Aston Wyatt has been the best pushing partner he could ask for.
Yeah, they're still working together. And you see there Sean Wyatt, Aston Wyatt's dad, telling Aston to continue to push Nico and to be patient, as well as Lucas O'Gara, who's there sitting trackside, a driver coach who's coached the likes of Mateus Morgado, Diego Ramos, and many more, Jay Irwin. The list goes on and on here, Rocco. Lucas O'Gara to be, I guess, a mentor figure for Aston Wyatt here this weekend, to kind of guide him throughout this race and to tell him and to help him out in any way that he can is good for Aston Wyatt in the way that he can find himself improving and working with Nico Orbezo here in this one. But the battle further back here has definitely changed just a little bit. Again, a couple laps ago we saw that change in 4th in between Pasha Ali and Simon Jack Klein, and Ali's now starting to pull away from this group, but it just seems like that pace came in a little bit too late here for Ali.
Yeah, big separation from all these drivers now. The only fight we see now is Klein goes down the inside of Wonderlay there to try and take 5th place away. Will he get the position down into turn 8? Good on the brakes, and a clean, good move there from Klein to get around Wonderlay back up to the front. It is the same thing we've seen every single lap since the first opening few laps. Both Orbezo and Wyatt comfortably in the lead. We actually saw Chandler gain about 0.2 last time by, and he just gained another 10th. So Chandler going quickest, and by say quickest, fastest lap of the race, a 1:13.469 by himself. So Chandler definitely putting the hammer down now. He must have been trying to wait and conserve his tires throughout this race because he was sitting pretty comfortable in that 3rd place position. His mechanics, or his dad on the pit lane, must have told him to really push now as we're coming down to 10 seconds. We'll get the 2 sticks next time by. So perfect position to be in for Alex Chandler, unless these 2 up front decide to only fight in the final few corners of the final lap. He may be able to catch them and fight for that win as we see him go through turn 7, the long sweeping left-hander. and within eyesight of your two leaders who have still not begun to fight. You can see Aston Wyatt going into turn 8, still right behind Nicholas Orbezo.
It's an hour and every here for Alex Chandler. His championship just slipping away as he watches Orbezo and Aston Wyatt continue to run away here. This time when they cross the stripe, 2 sticks in the air, 2 laps to go for the Mini Swift Championship. The final time in 2024 for your Mini Swifts here. Nico Orbezo and Aston Wyatt get set to fight, and you see Sean Wyatt there on the fence line telling Aston just to wait one more lap, not make Alex Chandler a variable, but he just set the fastest lap of the race once again. A 1:13.098. He was 2/10 quicker than your leaders. A 1.9 gap. It continues to drop down every single corner here for Alex Chandler as he closes into your leaders here, Rocco.
Yeah, Chandler definitely set up for the later stages of the race. That kart is getting very fast in the later stages. You see both drivers up in front also posting down their best lap times last time by. Personal best for those 2 drivers, but still not enough to hold off Alex Chandler, who's charging up behind. He's almost 2 seconds or below the 2-second mark on these 2 leaders, and we'll see what Aston Wyatt tries to do. It kind of looks like a little bit more of a inside kind of tight line for a second as he comes back out to the racetrack for Orbezo. Thinking about a little bit of defending. It's coming down to that point where he needs to start defending unless Aston Wyatt decides to pull in now. A little bit of separation there between these 2 drivers. Is Aston Wyatt going to try and make a move at any point here? There's a little bit of a gap between these 2, so to be deep on the brakes to try to do it into turn 11. So he's going to wait and try to maybe get it on the exit of this corner because we're getting down to the white flag. He needs to go now at some point because if he runs out of the chance now, if he makes any sort of mistake and loses any sort of gap to Nicholas Orbezo, he won't be able to catch back up in just 1 lap, Caleb.
Aston Wyatt needs to surprise Nicholas Orbezo here in one of these corners. White flag is up in the air. Chandler is still not catching. He did catch that time. I stand corrected. There is Aston Wyatt surprises Orbezo in turn number 5. Aston Wyatt's your new leader. This is exactly what Alex Chandler wants to see. They move high, low, trying to defend it, trying to hold on to the lead of this race. Orbezo to the outside of the racetrack. Wyatt to the bottom. What can Orbezo do in a 7? Turn 8's going to be one of the biggest passing opportunities here for that Iron Rock Motorsports driver, but here comes Alex Chandler. That fluorescent Stilo helmet in the distance gets closer and closer as these 2 drivers in the lead continue to fight and continue to go side by side. Orbezo to the outside. There goes Wyatt to the bottom of the racetrack. Alex Chandler is going to have a good run into 11. Chandler, they're going to go almost 3 wide here all the way down. Orbezo looks to get clear around the outside. They make contact, but there goes Alex Chandler to the lead of the race. He surprised everybody here this weekend. He's going to win in Mini Swift.
What a sneak attack from Chandler there to get around those 2 drivers. Unfortunate from Orbezo. You see how upset he is and how defeated he is after losing that win with the contact going through turn 12. So unfortunate from those 2 drivers, but what a 3-wide finish here further back between these 3 drivers of Wonderlay, Klein, and Ali in that order. But Chandler with a fantastic move. You see how excited he is, pumping his fist up in the air. A fantastic first race for our main events, Caleb.
Alex Chandler was nowhere to be found when the 2 sticks came up in the air. He kept his head down. He kept his foot on the gas. Alex Chandler is your Mini Swift champion in 2024 at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. What a way to start off the day, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back after this quick commercial break.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
your Honda Kid Karts on track now for their main event. You saw a little bit of an incident there in turn 1 on the warm-up lap. A few flagmen frantically trying to get those karts to slow down as they need a few more drivers to catch back up after that little incident. So your 2 front row starters already there, rolling very fast through these corners. I mean, it's almost like they're racing already. They're very excited to get going in green. Oh my goodness, bit of contact there. You see Lee with a bit of a correction, a full opposite lock there. So they're very antsy to get racing here as they start to line up for this rolling start green flag. We're going to see, oh, we have another spinner in the back. I believe that could have been Knight in that number 11 go-kart. So we are green, I believe. Are we green? Yes, we are. So 1 spin. That's Beckley Anderson. Spins out going through turn 8. Unfortunate. We saw that happen in Heat 2, but Beckley Anderson was still able to come back and salvage a top 3 position in the Heat race. So with a much longer race now, as the timer hasn't gone. So I'm not too sure if we're green or not, but it looks like we definitely are as they start to split away. So Anderson there with that mistake, but was able to recover with an extra 9 minutes to go in this main event. We could see a lot more progression from Anderson and see what kind of pace Beckley has. But up in front with Lee and Beyer there. Beyer definitely on the bumper, trying to fade down to the inside or push. We're going to see what Beyer decides to do down into turn 11. And Lee goes extremely defensive all the way down to the inside of the racetrack and then fades back down to the middle, almost getting back into the side of Beyer. But thankfully no contact there. So 1 lap down, and your 2 front row starters, 1 and 2.
Yeah, Wiley Lee has been dominant so far this weekend in this kid kart class, and he starts off this race exactly where he left off last night after the second heat race of the day. Bodie Beyer as well had a pretty good day yesterday, and today finds himself in second to take the fight up here to Wiley Lee. And then you go back to Sanders, who sits in 3rd, and Caden Tudor in 4th in that factory car. Beckley Anderson as well in the 5th spot, who I believe did go around early on in this one, unfortunately, there for Beckley. Ray Foley sits in 6th, Holden Henson 7th. Trevor Knight just now crossing the line after having issues early on in this one. The likes of Liam Lofton struggled as well as Booker Anderson. All drivers that struggled on pit exit here, but the battle for second starting to heat up here just a little bit. The 36 of Sanders and the 10 of Beyer fighting it out just a little bit here going into turn number 7. The triple apex in this corner is very characteristic, and we've seen a lot of drivers kind of try and set up over-under moves here and try and get better exits than a couple. If you do send it a little too tight, you can find yourself off the racetrack, and we saw that happen with a lot of our KV senior drivers last night.
Yeah, there's a chance to run wide there on exit and have somebody slip underneath you, but especially whenever it was raining, the lines definitely switch up as there's really just one dry line, but in the wet weather, you saw a lot of drivers experiment there, try to run the outside. We saw some overtakes around the outside. We saw some people able to find more grip on the inside, so that corner definitely tricky, and any corner with multiple lines to be used going through is a good corner to me, as it promotes really good racing as drivers can use alternate lines to try to get the one-up on each other. But now as you see Lee pulling away from these two, you see Beyer look over his shoulder to see where Sanders is. Sanders trying to hide around the outside because that's not where Beyer has looked, so wondering if Beyer knows how close Sanders still is. Looks over and just saw Tudor, so a big slide there from, wow, Sanders spins into turn 2. Almost saved it. Huge opposite lock, snap oversteer there to spin out in the exit of turn 2 there, but Beyer looks over his shoulder with a much relieved expression as there's no one behind him to put the pressure on, and now he can work on getting back to Wiley Lee, who is flying right now in this race, about 2.5 seconds up the road with that clear visor. You could see how focused Lee was, looking through the corners, looking ahead in the corner, looking at the apex, and hitting all his marks. So definitely impressive from a kid so young in this kid kart class. As you see Beyer look over the shoulder again, clear from anybody, still clear. So Beyer really needs to just put his head down and move forward here, Caleb.
Going to be important there for Beyer to try and close out his gap to Wiley Lee throughout this race here. But Wiley Lee running a 144.086 here in Amarillo Current Complex, and Bodie Beyer just about 2 seconds off, a 146.186 there. My apologies. And they go back to Trey Sanders, who's actually closing in a little bit there on the driver in second, but that spin unfortunately put him way back in the order here. 11 minutes to go left in this Kid Kart Main event. battle up at the front has stayed the same. Wiley Lee on that CRG Norton machine, still your leader here by about 4 seconds ahead of Bodie Byer in the second spot. You go back to Caden Tudor, who's the driver in the factory cart. He's in the 53. We were following him along for a little bit there as well. He's just now coming through turn number 8, and then we follow along back to 36 there, sorry. Trey Sanders, Rayfall Lee sits in 5th, Beckley Anderson 6th, Holden Henson 7th, Trevor Knight 8th, Liam Lofton 9th, and then a couple of drivers not able to close this one out. Booker Anderson, Beckley Anderson, way off the racetrack there. No idea what happened there, but wow. Beckley just looked like she had no brakes there, Rocco.
No, what happened was Henson and Anderson were actually coming into the corner too wide. Henson moved over to the racing line and pushed Anderson off the racetrack, so right before the braking zone too. So Anderson went flying off the racetrack. That's pretty sad to see because it was such a good race going down. I don't think it was intentional by any means, just a little bit of...
Oh, the driver in 4th now. Trey Sanders backs it into the walk here, and here comes Rayfall Lee. He's going to come through the corner. He's able to get clear now, but Trey Sanders there just got held up, and Holden Henson's able to work his way through as well, having to take evasive action. This race has just gotten chaotic with 4.5 minutes to go, Rocker.
Yeah, definitely getting a little chaotic now, but after the chaos ensues, a bunch of more separation comes after that. But as you look at the times up in the front, Wiley Lee has actually started to slow down a little bit, putting down a 143 flat, and Bodie Byer in 2nd has put down a 142.7, so about 0.3 a lap faster with 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go, only 3.5 seconds back. Anything can happen here. You saw what just happened a moment ago with Sanders making that mistake and Ollie able to get that position as the 41 of Liam Lofton is now off the racetrack. Not too sure which corner that is. It looks like turn 6 to me.
Turn 8 there, unfortunate for Liam Lofton, and he's going to be out of this race early. And this kid kart race continues. Wiley Lee still your leader from Bodie Byer in that Top Kart USA machine. Back to Caden Tudor in the 3rd spot, and that 4th spot just changes up just a little bit with Ali and Henson able to get through this time around. Wiley Lee just went sideways there in turn number 5, and Bodie Byer has been given a lifeline here. The kid from Austin, Texas, almost looped it around on the top cart, is closing in with 2 laps to go this time by here, Rocco.
Yeah, that was pretty scary from Lee. Almost looped it completely around there. That would have given even more time to Byer. But now looking over the shoulder, maybe a little shaken up after realizing how close Byer is now in this main event. It may be a little hard for Lee to get back in that rhythm and start putting down the laps that he was a second ago. We'll see that gap come down definitely next time by after that mistake. So Byer now with the second wind in this race, potentially able to get around Lee if there are any more mistakes from your leader here, or any crunched laps from Byer to go really quickly. But there is a huge gap, so something needs to happen in order for Byer to catch back up.
Byer really going to have to start to get on the horse here and push that top cart up to the CRG of Wiley Lee. This time around, 2 sticks in the air. 2 laps to go for your Honda kit karts here in 2024, a class that we've all fallen in love with all year long. And we hope to see these boys and girls back next year. Hopefully some of them as well moving up the ranks. But for now, Wiley Lee has a big task at hand, looking to hold back Bodie Byer. And for your championship points leader and Caden Tudor, he holds strong there in the 3rd spot. And again, his championship contender is not around him at the moment, so that should be a good one here for Bodie Byer. For Caden Tudor, who sits in the championship points lead here this weekend with 890. Bodie Byer would have a good finish here with 2nd. He sits in 2nd in the championship, so those 2 championship contenders here fighting for the 2nd spot. But for Wiley Lee, he's 2.5 seconds up the field here, and we'll follow him around here for the last couple of laps, almost parade laps at this point here, Rocco.
Yeah, you saw the gap he was able to open up right before that mistake. He was about 6.5 seconds, and now it's only down to 2.5, as you said. With the 2 sticks in the air, we'll get another update as they come around for that white flag to see what kind of gap has been lost or gained between Lee and Bayer there. Bayer tucked down as much as he can in that go-kart, a very huge aero advantage compared to Lee, who is sticking the head right above the NASA panel. So even though they're going very slowly, you see Bayer trying to use up as much of the advantages that he can to try and make up that ground, but it's maybe a little too late, as Lee still with a very big visual gap on Bayer there. You can see a huge gap between these 2 drivers just for 1 lap to be closed down. So Bayer is going to be praying for something to happen up in front, a little mistake or anything to give him a sniff of that win here. Around the final corners for your white flag, the 2 drivers on screen, nobody else in the frame as of right now. The next driver, Kate Tudor, 34 seconds back. So a real race of attrition in this race. A lot of drivers dropping back hugely now in this kit kart main event. Lee still with the advantage and doesn't seem to be losing any sort of focus, as Lee has added another 4 tenths on Bayer that time by.
Yeah, Wiley is now going through turn number 3 and 4 here. This is where he made that mistake earlier on in the race, and where he allowed Bodie Byer to have new life in this race. But he was able to get through, and again, his dad was there on the fence line showing him how big the gap was with his hands, kind of exaggerating it a little bit and telling Wiley continue to push, and pointed at his head, telling him to be smart as this race continues. But he's on the back straightaway now, and it's been smooth sailing all the way through, except for that little bobble that he had. And by setting the fastest lap of the race the lap prior, a 1:41.731, Wiley was able to extend his gap again back up to 3 seconds. So this kid, he lived in California just last year, moved over to Austin to get closer to the Tech Sprint Racing Series, to get closer to the Central United States. And this is a kid that's going to be a star in the future. And we're so lucky, Rocco, to be able to watch this kid grow and watch this kid start his career off with what looks to be his first regional race victory here this weekend. Only a couple of corners to go here for the 21 of Wiley Lee, who again has impressed all weekend long. He was perfect in heat 2. He was perfect in heat number 1. Wiley Lee across the line, checkered flag in the air. He's your winner in Honda Kit Kart. Across the line in second place, Bodie Byer. Caden Tudor a little bit ways back in the 3rd spot. And you go back to Ray Lee as well, who sits in 4th here. A good showing by all those drivers as well to finish off the championship. That championship going to be really close as well for Honda Kid Karts. Bodie Byer and Caden Tudor were locked out in the duel there, but this kid here from California has impressed all of us here in Texas. And again, remember the name, folks, Wiley Lee, a star of the future. We'll be right back after this quick commercial break.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes,
Yep.
gloves,
Yep.
rib protectors.
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No. Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Your micro Swifts out on the racetrack now. Let's run you down your starting lineup here. Dutch Westbrook going to start all in the pole position on what's been a near perfect weekend for this kid, and it could be near perfect back-to-back weekends as well. Brody Stoffel getting set to start alongside him on the front row. Tyler Blackwood back on row number 2 alongside Dusty Strait.
On row 3, it'll be Wonderlay and Brody Brown. Row 4 is Kimo Ahmad and Naomi Vargas. And Shotgun Charlie on the field will be Kason Sanders.
There you have it. Your 9 drivers getting set to take the green flag here in this Micro Swift main event presented by Kart Racing Solutions. And we get set to go out there on the racetrack. Everybody's starting to warm up those tires and trying to get in as much heat again. Super chilly out here, Rocco. 55-degree weather with very very high winds here today. So again, the draft would be important, but the wind is kind of blowing towards our side of the building, kind of blowing horizontal with the racetrack instead of kind of vertically with it. So just a little bit of some intel there from us. But when you look at the championship in Micro Swift, it belongs to Kimo Ahmad right now, and it did change a little bit yesterday whenever Ahmad did have some issues on the day. Dutch Westbrook did inch a lot closer. He's only 50 points at bay now, and again, you have to include drops in this one as well. But a driver who doesn't have anything, I guess, on the line here this weekend is Brody Stoffel. Just wants to get the race win, wants to get the hardware, wants to get the podium here this weekend. We look on to the start box we go. Westbrook moves across, and Brody Stoffel, the driver who gets the jump here. He goes to the lead of the race, side by side with Westbrook. These two drivers have raced each other many, many times before through Kid Kart and through Micro Swift. Westbrook looking to go through on Brody Stoffel there into turn 7. Westbrook just couldn't get the run there on the inside. Stoffel takes a normal line, and Tyler Blackwood for the High Five Performance team, he gets up to second. And when you talk about SLA kart racing machines leading this field away, Kason Sanders leads his group as they go 3 wide now. Westbrook on the outside, going to run out of room there to Blackwood, and Brody Stoffel going to start to defend here, and he does it into 11, and Blackwood going to take advantage there on the inside. We'll see what Westbrook does here into 12. Not close enough there for Westbrook to make a move, but he looks to set up an over-under there to the bottom of the racetrack, and Stoffel falls back into the 3rd spot.
A killer start from, you had I should say Kason Sanders, as now that is Wonderley off the racetrack, head in hands, very disappointed right there for that driver. You see him punch his leg. The front left tire came off that go-kart there, so very unfortunate mechanical error for that driver. You saw Sanders there with a fantastic start. He started last on the grid, got all the way up to 4th at one point, and then Kimo Ahmad was able to get back around. And now look at Kimo. He's starting to catch up to these top 4. So a big group starting to form in this main event right here. I'm really excited to see what transpires of this race, because it's been it's been a fight between 2 to 3 drivers. It's never been a real fight with 4 in the Micro Swift class. So here to see all these drivers up in front, it is a good thing to see. Westbrook not in the lead is something that we don't see very often. Westbrook behind Tyler Blackwood right now, who finds himself up in the front. Westbrook sitting very closely behind. We're going to see if there's any moves coming into turn 11. They all slot single file, and then Westbrook dives down to the inside of Blackwood to take P1. He goes a little wide, has to cover off that inside for turn 12, and takes the lead away from Blackwood.
Dutch just had you waiting there for one lap, Rocco, until he got up to the lead of this race, and now he's up in the lead. We'll see how much he can pull away here. We saw the gap that he put on the rest of the field in qualifying. 0.8 of a second, almost a second gap that he put on the rest of the field, and now getting to the lead. It took him a while, but he's starting to pull away from Blackwood, from Stoffel, and a couple of others, and Brody Brown off the racetrack. Unfortunate there for the TB Kart South driver to find himself off the racetrack after leading laps yesterday throughout the heat races.
Yeah, competitive drivers throughout this whole field able to lead this race. Kimo Ahmad with the fastest lap last time by at 1:18.430. So quickest driver on the racetrack as of right now. We'll see if Westbrook can answer that fastest lap next time by, because he's starting to put an insane gap already on the drivers in 2nd and 3rd. Kimo, however, starting to catch up to those two. Klein deciding to push with Blackwood. He's been tapping his helmet all race, so he's definitely looking to work together with other drivers, including Blackwood. If Kimo can get up to the back of them, maybe they can go even quicker, because of right now, Westbrook is starting to pull away from this group. As we come into the final chicane, we'll see what that relative turns into as their timings update. So you see Westbrook with that good wide line going through turn 12, carrying as much speed as he can through these low speed corners. Looks over his shoulder, you see Kimo look over his shoulder, and as we come across the line, it opens up just a few tenths. Fastest lap now from Westbrook, a 1:17.066.
And again, with Westbrook finishing in the lead of this race and winning this one, he will take the championship to his name. But there goes Brody Stoffel on the inside of Tyler Blackwood, deep on the brakes. He's able to get through in turn 3 and takes the lead of his group here and up in a second now. But with that move there being made, Kimo Ahmad has been able to close down just a little bit, and this is exactly what Kimo Ahmad needs to keep his 50-point gap to Dutch Westbrook in this race. Again, if Westbrook does end up winning this one, the championship will go his way if Ahmad doesn't finish about third or better, with Dutch Westbrook as well holding on to the fastest lap of the race, Rocco.
Yeah, definitely. And you see now Tyler Blackwood falling under pressure to Kimo Ahmad. Kimo twitching just a little bit in that braking zone. Hard on the brakes, maybe getting a little bit loose. Slick tires on this racetrack, but now that it is dry, it is definitely not as slick on the racetrack as it was earlier in the morning without any karts on it to clear that dry line. So you see if maybe offline it's still a little bit treacherous, but as of right now, everybody's able to get underway and not get too loose on that dry line on these dry weather tires. But Westbrook now putting down the fastest lap again, about 0.6 clear of the second fastest driver now on lap time, I'm trying to say, because Brody Stoffel is over a second back now from these three, second, third, and fourth. Kimo falling a little bit, fading a little bit in the mid-stage of this race. A big slide from Blackwood there, so he's going to lose a bit of time to Stoffel there and get maybe caught back up by Kimo Ahmad.
Yeah, going to be a lot of work for all these drivers to do, but Dutch Westbrook, again, setting in personal best after personal best, fastest lap after fastest lap. He's half a second quicker than the entire field, and that's going to open up his gap every single lap here. A 1:16.727. Dutch Westbrook goes purple the last time around, and pulling away from Stoffel here, whose best lap time is a 1:13.345. 1:17.147. So still 0.4 quicker than Stoffel at the moment, and that Bennett package is on rails here. And again, for Stoffel, just going to need to be there in second in case Westbrook does end up making a mistake or something. But this kid has gained a lot of experience over the summer as well. Became a national race winner over the summer in the past 2 weeks, over this month, I should say, of September, where he was able to win the IAME Grand National Championships. And last week, again, he found himself in a good spot at the Star Championship Series Night Fight. This is a kid that you're going to see very, very often across our kart chasing platforms here, Rocco.
Yeah, Westbrook, a driver who definitely has been dominant in this series all year long. We've seen him make some mistakes throughout the season, though. In Crescent, he was in the lead with a big gap and accidentally put himself off the racetrack and lost that lead to another driver. And then yesterday, we saw him drop a tire from the lead and get caught back up by a few other drivers. So definitely not. Westbrook is still a human, even though how quick he is. He definitely still is able to make mistakes. So these three drivers right here now have kind of stopped fighting a little bit. They're a little spread out, so not too much moves to be made. You have Stoffel with a bigger gap to the other two behind him. So Kimo very happy to push behind Blackwood. You haven't seen any moves from Kimo recently, so these three drivers trying to hold on as much as they can. We're almost to the halfway point of this race. They're 2 seconds off the lead, and if there's nobody to battle with Westbrook up in front, there's no chance for them to have some sort of saving grace in the later end of this race. So they really need to get underway and try to put down a faster lap than Westbrook. But as of right now, he is lapping so fast. Last time, it was a second faster than anybody else, and this time he goes faster again. A 1:16 flat puts about another half second on your drivers second, third, and fourth.
That gap opens up here in between Dutch Westbrook and Brody Stoffel to just about 2.5 seconds. Blackwood in third sits about 0.3 back from Brody Stoffel. Then you go back to Ahmad, who's a 10th off, about 2 car lengths away from Tyler Blackwood here in this race. And that gap just continues to open up for that Bennett machine on the Sodi Racing SLA kart racing machine. So Stoffel going to need a whole lot to try and close down his gap here to Westbrook. Further back in the field, though, Dusty Strayer, the rookie, sits in 6th. Vargas in 7th, and Brody Brown sits in 8th after a spin for him early on in the race. Put him down the order in 8th here. So unfortunate there for Brody Brown to find himself in 8th after leading laps yesterday as well, Rocco. It was a good day for our rookies. Dusty Strayer had a good showing yesterday, as well as Brody Brown in TSRS Cadet and in this Micro Swift class. So again, look out for some of these drivers again doing double duty. That TSRS Cadet final later on in the day.
Yeah, definitely. We saw Brody on your screen now doing a great job yesterday. We could remember hearing from Roman, his mechanic, very emotional and very upset about what happened during the race yesterday. Just a heartbreak for the team of two here. Well, I say team of two, it's really a big team. They're on the TB team, the team who owns this racetrack. So, it's a very representative thing to see what kind of thing they can do on this racetrack, as is technically the team's home track. So Brody, with an unfortunate end, well, I shouldn't say end yet, as he still has a bit of time to go, but you know, he doesn't want to be in P8. He definitely needs to. He belongs up in front, as we've seen from yesterday. So, you know, back to the drawing board potentially after this season, and to get racing again next year for a whole new season of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Still, your second, third, and fourth drivers all in the same order. No fighting for third on back. So Kimo really trying to just even catch up to the back of Brody Stoffel now, as they're starting to lose touch with him. So Brody Stoffel starting to pull away from the rest of your drivers up in the top four. Here we go with Westbrook still pulling away from them. Over a 3-second gap now, and still going quicker. He was putting down the fastest lap for the last 3 laps in a row. Is he going to do it again for 4 laps? No, he can't improve. Goes about 4/10 slower than his previous lap. About a 10th quicker that time by than your second group right here. So Westbrook maybe toning it down a little bit because he has such a huge gap. He doesn't want to push too hard and make a mistake and throw it all away now when he has such a cushion to work off of. So very smart from Westbrook there. Very mature thinking from such a young driver.
Yeah, when you talk about Dusty Strayer and Brody Brown, I mean, they've gained a lot of experience so far this weekend, and the driver who has a lot of experience in the Microsoft class, Kimo Ahmad, there on the inside of Tyler Blackwood. Not close enough there into turn 6, but they've gained a lot of experience this weekend in Dusty Strayer, and for all these drivers mainly in this class, with mixed conditions all weekend long, with a huge downpour that found a lot of them kind of slipping and sliding throughout the heat races, and as well with the mixed conditions, seeing the difference in between slicks and wets. We saw some people gamble and working out in their favor, and others, you know, not working out in their favor. And for all these drivers kind of finding and learning and gaining all this experience that you get from a weekend like this, that's been so challenging for a lot of them. And a driver who has had a lot of challenges this weekend, and Kimo Ahmad struggled in the qualifying session, found himself in the wall, but he sits in the podium places looking to salvage a championship here today. He sits in third, but Dutch Westbrook, the driver in the lead, is his main competitor in the championship. Going to need to try and get ahead of Brody Stoffel here in this one. And Stoffel sees that Ahmad is right behind him. 2 longtime friends pointing forward to Dutch Westbrook, and they're now going to have their sights set up there and see what they can do to try and close down their gap.
Kimo seems to be catching Stoffel pretty rapidly here, closing down that gap quite a bit through that very tight section of the racetrack. Kimo, another driver who came from the Kit Kart class, running it around Houston and around the Texas Sprint Racing Series in the Kit Kart class last year. Driver who started racing when he was about 6 years old. So definitely cool to see the product of that class again in the form of Kimo Ahmad and others, including Westbrook and you know, Dusty Strayer as well, Brody Brown, another few drivers from Kit Kart class. So, you know, this is the next step up, as we said time and time again throughout this weekend. So definitely a class to show you the fundamentals and get you prepared for this Microsoft class, as it can put you in a podium position like this one that Kimo finds himself in. He was catching to the back of Stoffel now, but in the second half of that lap, Stoffel was able to open that gap back up just a little bit. So we'll see if Kimo can put his head back down and start to catch back up, because even though Westbrook is very far up in front, he's still, I mean, he's slowly chipping away at that lead, or chipping away at the gap between or behind him, going about a 10th quicker every single lap now since he's toned it back a little bit and stopped going for fastest lap time. So Stoffel and Ahmad fighting for that P2 position, and whoever else comes out on top of it could possibly finish third, or if they slow each other down enough, could be caught up by Blackwood. And you see there Stoffel pointing forward for Kimo. So you saw Kimo working together with Blackwood very well earlier in this race, so potentially Kimo will work together with Stoffel as we're running down the time. So until the 2:06 to go, it could be pretty calm with these two drivers trying to hold Blackwood behind and not invite him in for a podium position, as we have about 1 minute and 50 seconds plus 2 laps to go. You've seen him point and forward again, so he's definitely looking to work together with Kimo here.
Yeah, for Brody Stoffel, again, he has 1 minute and 40 seconds to go, just over a minute and a half to go in this race, and that gap is at 3.5 seconds here. So maybe a tall ask, is Stoffel again telling Kimo to work with him here to try and get up to Westbrook, but I really think they're just going to run out of time here, Rocco, especially with the rate that Kimo is catching up to Stoffel's rear bumper here. And for Dutch Westbrook, this kid has been on rails the past month. Again, in North Carolina at Trackhouse Motorplex and across the Texas Racing Series as well. He was able to get a win at DKC and looks set to get another win here this weekend, as long as he keeps it on the racetrack. And again, I want to stop talking about, Dutch Westbrook, because I don't want to, jinx him in any way. So we'll let him do his thing, and we're going to look on the battle here for a second between Stoffel and Kimo Ahmad with just 50 seconds to go. Next time around, looks like we're going to get the three laps to go, indeed, in the air the next time around. And then when they come back around, we'll see if Ahmad's close enough to try and get a move done there on Brody Stoffel. Still continuing to ramp up. And for Stoffel's case, this year started off the year in NOLA, and a funny story actually for Brody Stoffel, flipped at the start of the weekend. I would say facing the wrong way, but he was I guess the bottom of his go-kart was facing the wrong way. It was facing the sky, so unfortunate there for Brody Stoffel, but he was able to get a podium that first weekend. And then you go to Speedforce Racing Park for the Texas Racing Series and the United States Pro Kart Series, where he was racing with Sony Racing USA, and was doing a couple of national races where he found himself in the top 10 almost every single weekend. They're qualifying in the top 10 and finding himself there in national top 10s, and took a little bit of a break throughout the year and throughout the summer as well. And now on his return, he's had really good pace to be here in the second spot here today. And for this kid as well, who's in the lead of the race, Dutch Westbrook, a similar story for him. Double duty for him almost all year long here at TSRS, and this kid has been driving a whole lot this year. A lot of practice under his belt, a lot of racing situations under his belt. He's fought against the best in the nation in his class, and 2 weekends ago, he made himself one of the best drivers in the nation, a driver to keep your stopwatch on as soon as you get to the racetrack, as soon as you unload. And that's one of the kids that almost everybody's going to have eyes on. And we talk about drivers of the future, stars of the future. Dutch Westbrook, this little man, a Captain America, definitely going to be one of those here in the future. He's going to take 2 sticks in the air this time around.
You saw a few laps ago, he lost 4/10 of the drivers behind him, going all the way down to a 3-second gap. And then last time by, put down a steamer about 7/10 quicker than the previous lap. He put down maybe a little bit of a mistake a few laps ago for Dutch Westbrook, but now he's back on the right form, putting down a 116 flat, as the drivers behind can only do the best of 2 to 3 tenths slower than Westbrook now by himself, though they're working together. So Westbrook, with maybe a slight bobble a few laps ago, back on form for sure, and moving away from P2 and P3. So we're coming down to the white flag this time by. These two drivers behind are definitely going to start kicking off and trying to leapfrog each other for that P2 position. And maybe if they trip over each other's toes enough, they can even invite Blackwood back into the podium fight.
Yeah, Blackwood sits in fourth there. He's just about 5 seconds at bay from the drivers on second and third. So going to be a tall loss there for Blackwood. But again, we saw what happened in the Mini Swift main event in between Aston Wyatt and Nico Orbezo. So anything can happen. We're not going to count anything out as the white flag is getting set to go in the air. Final lap of this race about to get underway. But for Dutch Westbrook, it could be back-to-back TSRS race victories here this weekend, and it was a slow start for him this year as well. He crashed out in NOLA, where he started with Kart Racing Solutions, and he developed as well all year long with that Benek team, with team manager. I know Nick is definitely watching on from home, as well as Juan Villarreaga, so yeah, he watches on at home. Happy about how their driver is doing here in this race as he continues to pull away 4 seconds that gap now, and he just now sets the fastest lap of the race, so 1:15.886 for Dutch Westbrook in this one. He continues to push the limits of this racetrack, and continues to find more pace, Rocco.
Definitely starting to fly away as our drivers in P2 and P3 are definitely fighting now. You saw Kimo a second ago try to get the switchback, and I think he might be able to do it, as now they're running both side by side. Brody Stoffel has to slot in behind Kimo Ahmad, so Kimo definitely with that move up into P2, a good move through those low speed corners. You saw them switching back a little bit out of frame, so now Kimo squeezes him down to the outside of the racetrack. Good defending from Kimo, and good clean no contact defending as well. So you see Stoffel trying to make the move with that Pokemon and Batman helmet there, a really cool helmet that we saw at the beginning of this race. I had never seen it before until we got so zoomed in on it, so it's definitely a cool thing to see with these two drivers. Now you have Westbrook coming around the final few corners to take the
checkered flag indeed there. Dutch Westbrook across the start-finish straight now. Double checkers in the air. This kid was perfect all weekend long. He gets it done in Micro Swift.
And then coming across the line for P2 will be Kimo Ahmad. He was so patient for that whole race and was finally able to get around Brody Stoffel on the final lap. So a good race between those two drivers to keep it clean and come across on the podium together. Blackwood comes across in fourth with Kason Sanders finishing off your top 5.
And you go back to Dusty Strayer, Brody Brown, Nayeli Vargas, and Victor Gus Wonderlay, your finishers here in Micro Swift. A quick commercial break. When we come back, 206 Senior gets set to go out into the racetrack. The first of your 2 main events here at the Texas Racing Series. We'll be right back.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
If you want to see a giant selection of beautiful new dining room tables, chairs, servers, come out to Gallery Furniture to see with the latest and greatest dining room furniture. Best of all, buy this dining room furniture today, solid wood. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your Houston area home today.
K.A. Jr. out onto the racetrack now. Nathan Golsath going to lead the field to green here. K.A. Jr. presented by P1 Engine. Matthew Duquette going to start alongside Golsath on the front row. Hamza Anbar, David Ibarra on row number 2.
On row 3, it'll be Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Carson Berry. Row 4 will be Tyler Roberts and Ethan Cox. And on row 5, it'll be Hector Aturiaga and Maui Angel.
You go back to Jackson Baldus and Mason Berry. Santiago Duran and Luke Cruz on row number 7. Aldo Aturiaga and Amelia Gus Wonderlay on row number 8. Jeremiah Thomas going to start 17 in the field here. Again, 17 drivers total here this weekend, and these juniors have definitely given us some great racing action all weekend long. Golsath has been better than the rest, but again, a mistake from him. Didn't have him perfect yesterday, and again, an unbeaten front and left in qualifying as well. Put him on the back foot there and having a lot of work to do throughout the heat races, but he gambled in heat 1. Definitely went his way, and in heat 2, he was in the lead of the race, but just that little bit of inexperience in the rain found him just losing that win there to Matthew Duquette, who was able to get it done. But today it's a new day, and for Nathan Golsath, going to look to go back-to-back in TSRS race weekend and put himself on the top step of the podium here for the Arcade Motorsports team, and I'm sure that'll be a good way to go to Newcastle Motorsports Park next week there for Nathan Golsath as he goes with Trevor McAllister and the entire Arcane team. But today, the task at hand for Golsath is just another race win. No championship for him this weekend. Green flag is out. We are racing here in K.A. Jr. Everybody side by side. Anbar looking to get through. He goes up to second. Duquette goes around and off the racetrack. Side by side action there with Anbar. Just found him running out of room, and they all come together just a little bit. A huge accordion effect here. Everybody is stacked up here, and on the inside, Easton Cox looking to go there. On the trackside karting services GMC, he gets through but overshoots it as he goes on Mason Berry, Carson Berry there as well. and just loses both of the spots in the process.
Yeah, what a shame for Duquette. When that loaded tire drops off in the grass like that, there's really nothing you can do but try to slow the cart down. As you see now, oh my goodness there from Tyler Roberts, a huge slide. He was able to save it, but he's going to have a pretty terrible exit there as the 845, I believe that is
Jeremiah Thomas there, and rejoins the racetracks though. That was not the best of re-entries there, I must say, by Jeremiah Thomas. Just impeded Duquette there, unfortunately, into turn number 11. So I'm sure that'll be under review later on. But back up at the front, Nate Golseth still leads us away. Ambar in second, and the driver who came into this weekend with the championship points lead, David Ibarra, sits in third. And a big task at hand. Spoke to his father late last night, and he was saying that it's a good environment under that CRG Nordum tent, but it's very, very stressful. A lot of drivers find themselves within championship shots, and his son was one of them here in David Ibarra. But a lot of drivers looking to challenge, and that incident by Tyler Roberts is exactly what Ibarra needs to kind of solidify his championship here in the main event.
Yeah, David Ibarra, a driver who had a little bit of a mistake in Heat 2 there in the previous day. So now that he had a pretty decent start, and he also has Tyrone Kemper Jr. there to help him move forward. Potentially they can catch up to your two Arcane drivers. And now as I say that, no working together at all. Tyrone Kemper Jr. going to go down the inside of David Ibarra there for P3, trying to work his way forward and get around David Ibarra. So now he's going to work his way up to the Arcane drivers who aren't working together too well right now, as Hamza Anbar is a little bit further back, and he's already being caught by these drivers in third and fourth. Kemper Jr. and David Ibarra there, both working together, hopefully, as David Ibarra can suck up back to the bumper of Tyrone Kemper Jr., who thinks and definitely believes that he's faster, and he's kind of showing it, as after that overtake, he's able to put a big gap on David Ibarra there, your championship leader. So maybe something amiss on the setup here for David Ibarra, unless he just made a few mistakes in the previous corners now, with Tyrone Kemper Jr. catching up to Hamza Anbar.
Yeah, Tyrone Kemper Jr. definitely closing down his gap here to Hamza Anbar for the second spot. Look out for Tyrone to try and go here on Hamza, and this is the best that Hamza's run here at the Six-Minute Racing Series. Hasn't found himself just above the top five, has cracked in there, but this weekend with all the gambles that team has made and all the time that he spent in North Carolina as well, following in the footsteps of his teammate in Golseth, he's developed a lot as well over the past couple of weeks, as now Kemper Jr. looking to go here on Anbar. Anbar looking to defend from Kemper, and he does it quite nicely to hold on to that second spot. And Kemper, we'll see what he can do as we get onto the main straightaway. It looks like he has a good run coming into turn number one, and everybody already telling their drivers to continue to push here. Kemper all over the rear bumper here of Hamza Anbar, and Ibarra, like you said, just losing a little bit of time there. But this side-by-side going to help him out just a little bit. Kemper Jr. is up to second. Going to have to chase down Nathan Golseth here with 11.5 minutes to go in this race.
Easton Cox coming onto the scene now, as well as Tyler Roberts after that huge reverse entry we saw into turn 11. He almost looped it going into the corner, and he was able to save it. Had a bit of a terrible exit, though, coming out of that right-left chicane onto the front straight. So he's had some work to do to catch back up to that pack from second on, or should I say third on back, or no, second on back, because Tyrone Kemper Jr. did get around Hamza Anbar, as now Easton Cox is trying to go around David Ibarra there. Almost, wow, deep on the brakes and gets two positions there. A huge send from Easton Cox there. You see Hamza Anbar not happy with that move. It was a bit of a late lunge, but thankfully no contact there, as David Ibarra is now on the inside of Easton Cox. And as I say that now, Hamza Anbar is going to go to the outside. What are they going to do? Oh my goodness, David Ibarra, your championship leader, has spun out in turn 11.
That was your championship leader there. Tyler Roberts avoided the incident. He was able to get through, and now it falls into the lap here of Tyler Roberts of the Trackside Karting Services GFC team. Roberts is up to third and looking to chase down Tyrone Kemper Jr. Nathan Golseth, who can't keep Kemper at bay. Kemper definitely close now. Set the fastest lap of the race the last time around, 109.659. And again, remember back to yesterday in heat race number one, the Arcane team chose to go out with the slick tires, and that's a tire that they have to use for the rest of the weekend. So are those tires with one more heat cycle in them, one more race in them, are they that much more worn than Tyrone Kemper Jr.'s set of slick tires here? Because Kemper is absolutely closing down this gap here. He's going to be close in turn 8, but going to be happy to push Nathan Golseth along, as a big snap on the steering wheel there, just locked up the brakes just a little bit. But these two drivers are going to start to pull away from the rest of the field, and good to see them work together for now. But you know, Kemper's not going to want to sit around in second this entire time.
Yeah, Kemper catching Golseth at an alarming rate with that draft as well, just flying to the back bumper of Nathan Golseth. One thing's catching, and the other thing is overtaking. We're going to see as Nathan Golseth looks over his shoulder. Still 9.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. So Kemper right now in a very comfortable position, putting the pressure on Nathan Golseth. He can sit there and study if he wants all race long, as they seem to be pulling away from the rest of the field. They put about a second on the rest of the field last time by working together like they did. So Kemper as the pushing partner, if he decides to do that, or get around Nathan Golseth if he believes he's quicker. But if Nate has that draft as well, could send it back on Tyrone Kemper Jr.
Yeah, those two drivers still very close together. The battle for third still very close as well. Tyler Roberts, Easton Cox, all in a single foul line. Sanji Duran there in fifth as well, just trying to close down the gap to third and fourth here. Duran just, he's a driver who's had a lot of pace at every single racetrack that we go to, but just has been nowhere to be found this weekend. And there goes Easton Cox on Tyler Roberts. He tried it once before. He got it done the second time around, and this driver is not backing out of any single corner here, Rocco.
Yeah, and even though the track seems to be dry, we're seeing a lot of drivers twitch in the braking zone, so it's probably a little bit slick there. Still on that racetrack, a few drivers we saw looping around, including your championship leader, David Ibarra. Where is he on the racetrack now? It's hard to see where he is. I think he's P8 on the track now. You see Duran go down the inside of Tyler Roberts there to take P4 away. So, with a good mover there from Duran, with Mason Berry following closely behind. There's Hamza Anbar after that incident, and there's David Ibarra on your screen, followed closely by, or not closely, trailing Carson Berry there. So David Ibarra really has a lot to work to do. He still has 8 minutes plus 2 laps to go. A very fast driver indeed. We saw him do it yesterday in the Heat 2, where he spun out during the start and was able to find his way all the way back up onto the podium position. I think we have one driver out in the grass in turn 5, if I'm not mistaken. So your two leaders now, Tyler Roberts and Nathan Golseth, still doing exactly what they need to do, working together here. It's a long race. They still have more than a heat race plus 2 laps to go, as according to the 6 minutes plus 2 laps to go we had yesterday. So plenty of time still left in this race. We'll see if Tyler, Nate takes a very wide line coming out of that corner, maybe just to turn the steering wheel as little as possible and scrub the least amount of speed that he can. But it also looks a little bit like a defensive line, just to have Tyrone Kemper Jr. think twice before going around Nathan Golseth.
So Roberts lost a couple of more spots here in this one. He lost it obviously there to Easton Cox, but Duran and Mason Berry were able to work their way ahead of Tyler Roberts. So this could ultimately swing the way back here of David Ibarra, but a change for the lead now. Tyrone Kemper Jr. is clear into turn 3. The kid from NOLA going to lead this field away and already opens up that gap to a car length. Golseth back in second. We'll see how he looks behind Tyrone Kemper Jr. Again, Kemper had the draft from Golseth here, but already they go side by side here for a moment again, and Golseth points forward to Tyrone Kemper Jr. These two drivers finding themselves well within a shot in a main event race victory here at the Sexton Racing Series. But as far as championship goes, this brings it really close together again as Roberts gets past, and Anbar is the only driver that splits them up. So Ibarra still well within a shot of the championship here, Rocco. Don't count him out just yet.
Yeah, definitely. It's fortunate to see the other contenders in the championship falling backwards a little bit as well for David, so he can catch back up in front now with the new leader of Tyrone Kemper Jr. That draft is going to help keep Nathan Golseth as close as he'd like to be. We saw how fast Tyrone Kemper Jr. caught up to the back of Nathan Golseth, so we might see a little bit more pace coming out of that, Carlos Sainz kart on the Arcane. So Nathan, a very fast driver indeed. We saw him take the win after he gambled yesterday in the heat races. Now, as we move further back, there's Mason Berry and Tyler Roberts there. Tyler moving a little bit farther back through this field. In the frame, you can see them both with David Ibarra a few corners back, so a bit of ground to make up on Tyler Roberts here if he wants to keep those championship hopes alive. Mason Berry holding him down and keeping that 5th place position here.
Mason Berry holding strong there for 5th. With Tyler Roberts right behind. This battle further back in the field with Jackson Baldus, Luke Cruz there. 11 and 12, 2 drivers that had pace to be well inside of the top 10, but just issues throughout the heat races for both of them. Unfortunately, putting them back, starting further back in this field. Maui Angel right behind them as well. Only a 2nd KA race here this weekend for Maui Angel. Finds himself there in the 13th spot for Arcade Motorsports, and they continue to go down this back straightaway here, and everybody else works their way through the first couple of sections. Tyler Roberts goes through, and there's David Ibarra, who is still chasing down Tyler Roberts, but a lot of work to do there for Ibarra. isn't improving his personal best. That sits at a 1:09.871, but he is matching that time, and he is very close to that time. He just needs to push a little bit more if he wants to match Tyler Roberts, who's going about 0.5 of a second quicker.
Easton Cox is a driver who's putting down almost identical lap times to your 2 leaders, maybe a few hundredths of a second off the 2 leaders who are bump drafting. So if those drivers start to fight, you could see the drivers of Easton Cox and Duran there, who are only about 3 to 4 seconds back, start to catch back up depending on how early these leaders start to fight. We saw in a previous race of one of the Swift classes, they decided to fight at the last minute, and you had Alex Chandler able to get it on the line, a spectacular finish to that Swift race. So now with your KA Juniors, if we could see the same thing repeat in some sort of fashion, just some sort of upset or surprise in this race, it would be fantastic. David Ibarra, however, seems to be working as hard as he can to catch back up to Tyler Roberts. It's not looking good, though, as Tyler Roberts is still pulling away with Santiago Duran and Mason Berry there working together. You have Tyrone Kipper Jr. get overtaken by Nathan Golseth there, so a change for the lead there again. These drivers, I don't know if they're trying very hard to fight right now, maybe just trying to lead follow, just try to switch the positions up a little bit, see if they're faster in this regard. Nathan thought he would go to the lead there, and he decided to do it in turn 5.
Seems like they love passing there in a turn number 3, and Golseth is able to get clear. Now Kemper, we'll see how long he wants to wait here behind Golseth. My question was on Golseth's tires that are a session older than Kemper's, but I mean, that doesn't seem to matter here. That kid is driving the wheels off of that Arcade Motorsports Tony Kart, and the same goes for Tyrone Kemper Jr. on that Carlos Sainz privateer entry representing NOLA Motorsports here this weekend. Just him, his dad, his mom, and his mechanic under his tent, and he's doing a great job so far this weekend and put himself in second and try and catapult himself further up in the championship standings. But 2.5 minutes to go left in this race. Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Nathan Golseth still fighting it out and working together. Easton Cox in third. That's the fastest lap of the race. A 109.054 for Cox.
Yeah, Easton Cox, definitely a driver that we were looking at earlier in this race. Still very fast. Trailing him closely behind is Santi Duran. So if these drivers start to fight any more than they were a second ago, we could see Easton Cox start to catch back up and split these two up and cause a little bit of chaos up in the lead. But right now, you see Nathan Golseth look and put his hand down next to the carburetor, maybe make a slight adjustment. Maybe he wants a little bit more top end or a little more low end. We're seeing him tune that carburetor again, so maybe something he doesn't like too much. Tyrone Kemper Jr., though, putting the pressure on him. So Nathan Golseth really trying to think hard about what he needs to get that edge on Tyrone Kemper Jr. to win this race.
Yeah, and you saw Golseth there adjusting there on the back straightaway, and like you said, just needing, seeing what he needs to kind of finish this race out. Sun's starting to peek out into the sky, so whatever you got has to be working right now with 1.5 minutes to go for Nathan Golseth, for Shaston Johnson, Trevor McAllister, and Austin Osborne as they watch their drivers trying to hold on to the lead of this race with Tyrone Kemper Jr. at bay. And again, Easton Cox just went quicker, a 109.025 for the High Five Performance driver who's closing in on your top 2. That gap now is at 2.8. Going to be a tall ask, but we saw what happened in Mini Swift, Rocco. Anything can happen. Do not count this driver out.
Yeah, definitely Easton Cox doing everything he can right now, absolutely flying on the track by himself. Very impressive, especially with no help from in front or behind. So when these drivers start to fight up in front, you could definitely see a repeat of that Swift race we saw just moments ago. Easton, as well as pushing as hard as he is, I wonder if he has any more tire left, any more or less tired than your leaders here, especially because those two up in front haven't really been fighting that much. And with Easton, he's probably pushing right now because he knows how close he is, and he probably was on the fence line watching that Swift race. So definitely something that could happen again. As Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Golseth, you see, still working together. Tyrone not even taking a peek down the inside of Golseth as they come through the final sector of this racetrack, coming to 2 seconds to go, plus 2 laps. So next time by, we should get the 2 sticks in the air. So 3 laps to go as of right now, with Nathan Golseth and Tyrone Kemper Jr. running away with it.
Easton Cox just set a burner, a 108.746 for that driver in the 815 machine. He's closing in on your top 2, but he needs to continue to set personal best after personal best, purple lap after purple lap, to catch up to Nathan Golseth and Tyrone Kemper Jr. and put himself in the equation here for the race victory in KA Junior. Nathan Golseth and Tyrone Kemper Jr. for these two drivers. I mean, Golseth, we've said his story time and time again, but You saw how much it meant for him to win at DKC, and for Tyrone Kemper Jr., he won to start off the year at NOLA. He hasn't won since. He's been inside of the top 5. He's had a couple of podiums, but it's been a long time since this kid has won. Which one of these two can win 2 races on the year here? After bursting onto the scene this year, there goes Golseth around the outside. They're going to start to fight this time around, and this is going to allow Easton Cox to get closer and closer to these two drivers. 2 sticks in the air this time around.
Yeah, definitely 2 sticks in the air, and as you see on your timing sheets, Ibarra is in 9th place and Roberts is in 5th with a 6-second gap between the two. So David Ibarra definitely losing this championship in between his fingers. It's slipping from his hands as he's not able to catch up to Tyler Roberts. As you see, Nathan Golseth look down the inside just a little bit on Tyrone Kemper Jr. there. They're able to get around that lapper right there. And you see Easton Cox will have to get around too. So hopefully there's no impeding on that regard. So as we would undo all the hard work that Easton Cox has done to work up to your 2 leaders now. And you see them both look over their shoulders, so it's starting to get a little antsy here with 2 sticks up in the air. They're both about to start racing too, so this is the point. This is the turning point for Easton Cox. You see Nathan Golseth point forward, and Easton Cox very unhappy as Nathan Golseth now goes down the inside of Tyrone Kemper Jr. after pointing forward, a little sly move there to get the lead on Tyrone Kemper Jr. Easton Cox potentially held up by that back marker after he threw up a hand in frustration, so we'll see what the timing looks like, especially with all this fighting up in front. Nathan Golseth all the way down to the inside of the racetrack. Tyrone slides up to try and get a better run. It's hard to get a good run through this very tight right-left chicane, but we've seen it happen earlier in a few races before. White flag now, this time by Nathan, still your leader.
Nathan Golseth, what do you have in store here? Because Tyrone Kemper Jr. is really fast in this race, and so is Easton Cox. He's back in 3rd. Kemper fades low, looks to go on Nathan Golseth. Not close enough in a 3, but he's all over the rear bumper of the Arcade Motorsports machine here. Last couple of quarters, halfway through this last lap, and Golseth still checking that shoulder, seeing where Kemper wants to go. And again, turn 8 has been one of the biggest passing zones here this weekend. Look for that one to be the move here for Tyrone Kemper Jr. as well. And you know, when these two drivers go side by side, Easton Cox is just going to be allowed to get closer and closer to the bottom of the racetrack now for Nathan Golseth. Going to crowd Kemper just a little bit deep on the brakes, almost sideways there. Golseth able to hold on, but Kemper Jr. looks to set up an over-under. He's going to have a great run on the back straightaway, inches his nose ahead on Nathan Golseth. Kemper, can he get clear on exit? Yes, he can. Kemper goes to the lead. Golseth around the outside, looks to get a move done. Not going to be enough through there. Tyrone Kemper Jr., 1 more corner to go. It's going to be a drag race all the way to the line, but the kid from NOLA wins in Amarillo.
So close for Nathan Golseth there. Even though he had 2nd place, you can see how disappointed he was. Easton Cox also very close. A fist bump there to Nathan Golseth within a second of your leaders after all that fighting. So a very exciting K100 main event to top off the season for your Texas Sprint Racing Series with these young drivers. A fantastic race we watched there, Caleb. Santi Duran able to go all the way to 4th place. Tyler Robertson 5th. And David Ibarra even fell down to 10th place on his championship rival.
What a race here. Tyrone Kemper Jr. started off the year with a win, and he ended up with another one here in Amarillo. A great race here, and again, to think where Nathan Golseth was at the start of this year, to see the improvement, to fight for race victories at the end of the year, a great improvement for him as well. And Easton Cox as well, to be there and fight his way up the order to finish 3rd. It was a good showing for him. Those are your top 3 podium finishers, and as far as championship goes, I think it's going to be really close here, Rocco. Tyler Roberts finished 5th, and David Ibarra across the line finished in 10th, I believe, after post-race penalties. So that will be something to look out for there when we get into the break. And again, championship ceremony darts tonight, not live unfortunately, but they will post will be up on Casey Grassroots to find out who were the champions here at the Texas Racing Series. But one chapter closes for KA Jr., another one opens for your 206 seniors. They get set to come out onto the racetrack, and a championship battle that we've had our eyes very locked onto here. Reagan Seville and Bryce Frank came into the weekend locked in by just under, I believe, 15 points. And in the heat races, Reagan Seville was able to do good enough to put himself on the pole position here in this main event. It's going to be a wild race, but your 2 championship leaders in Reagan Seville and Bryce Frank starting on row number 1. Kelvin Zing and Shirley Adams on row 2. Jensen Harrow and Landon Melson on row 3.
On row 4, it'll be Landon Fitz and Carter Kilgo. Row 5 is Caden Wolf and Jacob Oliver. And then on row 6, it'll be Afton Willander and Jacob Oakes.
Go back to Parker Fitz and Gabriel Muckleod, Ryan Long, Addy Bamrou, and Paul Braden. Your 17 drivers that are getting set to take the green flag here in Amarillo, Texas for the final time in 2:06 senior. These two drivers have given us many battles already this year, and this kid burst onto the scene in NOLA, won his first senior race victory, and in his rookie season looks to clinch the 2:06 senior championship. And for Bryce Frank as well, has come close many times before, has the number 2 plate on his MGM Espionage machine, and this year he looks to turn it into a number 1 in 2025. For Kelvin Zing, the 666, it's been a good year for him as well, but again, last year he was arguably the best driver that year, had multiple race wins to his name, and you see a good sign of sportsmanship in between Reagan Seville and Bryce Frank. They're shaking hands on the back straightaway, so good to see that nonetheless. But for Kelvin Zing, I mean, you talk about last year, you talk about this year, he's still looking for that maiden victory, and Amarillo is a track that suited him really, really well in the past, Rocco. We get set to take the green flag. It's Trackside Karting Services GFC against the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy. Kelvin Zing is up there in the battle, as well as Truly Adams. I'm sitting on the edge of my seat here, Rocco. I cannot wait for this one.
Yeah, definitely one of our headline classes, stacked with 5 drivers who could come away with the win here. We're very excited to see them all go underway. You see Jacob Oliver a few rows back after he had a bit of a struggle in your heat races, so a bit of moves and a bit of overtakes to be done for Jacob Oliver. Hopefully a bit of setup changes as well to make him a little bit stronger in this main event here, because his teammate would definitely appreciate it a lot. You can see on your screen there with Kelvin Zing and Truly Adams, 2 other drivers who are definitely within contention of taking away this win from either Reagan or Bryce, so don't count them out. We have 2 drivers up in front, your 2 championship leaders on the front row fittingly, as we have the rest of the drivers slowly get their way back up to the front. As, whoa, a little bit of a bumper there from Kilgo to almost spin out Melson, a little bit of a push. And as we get the green flag now, a bit of a long start from Kelvin Zing there. He loses a bit of ground to your leaders as Kelvin, and as I say, as Reagan gets the lead on Bryce Frank now, able to cover off that inside from Bryce.
Frank is able to slot in a second there, and a smooth start so far. It was a little bit spread out there, but everybody now single file line. Seville going to start to defend and going to stack everybody up here. Melson looking to get creative around the outside. Kilgo looks to make up a couple as Fitz gets stuck there on the outside of the exit of turn number 8. He's going to lose a couple of spots as well in his Kart Republic. So the 659 landed Fitz. He's going to work his way back to about 9th. Caden Wolf looked to go through that time by as well, and he was able to get clear. Jacob Oliver is through as well, but Truly Adams wants to get creative here around the outside on the top 2. Not close enough. Frank may have to concede, and he does. Bryce Frank falls back to 3rd, but good news for him. His teammate in Kelvin Zing is right behind him, and Seville knows that Adams is right there asking for a push here, and this is exactly what Reagan Seville needs if he wants to pull away from Bryce Frank. And again, it's a mano-a-mano fight coming into this weekend. Winner take all. Whoever wins this race is going to win the 206 Senior Championship.
I was kind of cringing as I saw them, Bryce and Truly Adams, go side by side to the final few corners, because if there were any sort of contact to take Bryce out of that race, it would definitely end his championship hopes right then and there if any of these 2 drivers get taken out of the race. We hope to see them both come across the line without any sort of DNFs, and hopefully it'll be a good race and a good battle for this championship, as both Kelvin Zing and Bryce Frank are working together now, trying to catch up to the back of Truly Adams. Reagan might have to recruit Truly Adams as his teammate for this main event here, as out back you see Jacob Oliver still trying to get around Landon Melson there. Little time being lost as he tries to make all these positions. I think he's now going to try and go to the inside of Landon Melson off our screen, so another position potentially for Jacob Oliver, as he still side by side as Bryce Frank now goes down the inside of Truly Adams to take P2 away, splits up the 2 AR Academy drivers on their MGMs, but Truly Adams still there, comfortable. You see Reagan Seville actually now kind of pulling away just ever so slightly after that overtake from Bryce Frank, so no help up in front for Reagan. If these 3 drivers can put their heads down and really start to crunch down some laps, you'll see them catch up to Reagan in no time.
Reagan set the fastest lap of the race with no push, with no toe, no nothing needed there for Reagan Seville. 119.062 for Seville and 119.142 for Frank. That is insane by that Trackside Karting Services GFC driver in Reagan Seville to be able to hold on to that gap and be able to go purple on his own is just insane. Again, Frank did have to make a move in the process, so we'll see how he looks with Truly Adams and Kelvin Zing working together. This is a battle further back with Addy Bamaru, Carter Kilgo all working together, and then Paul Braden in this group as well in that VLR machine right behind him. Afton Willander, a driver who we got together with yesterday, right there in tow. As Bamaru at the bottom of the racetrack, he has help from Braden in behind. Kilgo looking to hold on to it on the outside. He's able to get clear of Braden and push Bamaru along. This is the battle for the lead, though, side by side all the way through. Arriving on the scene now, Truly Adams going to try it again around the outside on Reagan Seville. Not going to be close enough, but he's going to go through on Frank, and that gap opens up just a little bit to the lead there. And you have to pick and choose how much you want to fight for second here, boys, because the leader is going to run away if you don't choose your battles wisely.
Yeah, that chicane that they went too wide in earlier in the race, they went too wide again, and Bryce smartly backed out of it because he's really not trying to risk too much so early in this race, because Reagan is right there, and they still have 11 minutes plus 2 laps to go, so plenty of time to calm down and try to really think about how this race is going to play out. As he goes down the inside of Truly Adams there, Bryce Frank up into P2. We saw Jacob Oliver earlier get around Landon Melson for that P6 position. One more driver of Jensen Harrell to get around before he can work his way on this top 5. The other groups, all the way down to Landon Melson in 7th, aren't really getting dropped too far by your lead pack. So if there's any more fighting to go in this front, if they can catch up to Reagan and potentially change the lead, it could become a train of 7 go-karts, as we've seen before in this 206 season of, Reagan Seville now looking over his shoulder, going down the inside, trying to cover off Bryce Frank, but Bryce Frank has a good switchback. You see Reagan Seville drop a few tires. Bryce is going to get a huge push from Truly Adams and his teammate Kelvin Shing. Reagan's going to lose 3 spots there, so exactly as we said, we wanted to see a change for the lead up in the front to let the other group catch up. Now Kelvin Shing now makes the pass for Truly Adams. So Kelvin up into P2. This is perfect for those two teammates. This is exactly what they try to do in DKC, which was push together and just run away from everybody else. But right now, it seems like there's a lot more pace than last weekend with Truly Adams and Reagan Seville.
With the championship at hand, that's exactly what Kelvin Zing is here to do for Bryce Frank, trying to push him away from Reagan Seville. And you see Seville start to lose the toe a little bit to Truly Adams in the 3rd spot, and it was elbows out, but on it, it almost seemed like the move to the bottom of the racetrack for Seville ended up hurting him more than just benefiting him in the long run, because he lost 3 spots in the process whenever he moved to the bottom of the racetrack. And now this is what's going to help Seville out just a little bit as Adams and Zing go side by side, and Seville knows when to pick and choose his battles, and this is smart for him. He knows Zing is going to be there to try and help out Bryce Frank. And how much is Zing going to fight here with Truly Adams? They go side by side, and here comes the rest of the field. Jacob Oliver is on his way. Seville chooses to push Zing through, and interesting there by the GFC driver to push the competitor through as well, but just sees that's the better line. That's the inside line as well, so he's going to go through, and we'll see how much second on back starts the fight, because Bryce Frank pulls away just a little bit. But 206, a high-speed chess match, and a very, very draft-dependent match as well. So for Seville, for Zing, don't count any of them out. It's going to be really hard for Bryce Frank to pull away.
Yeah, you saw Reagan now down the inside of Kelvin Shing there. And a late move. He actually takes a hand off the steering wheel too. That was so close there. That could have been over for Reagan's championship hopes now. We see Jensen Harrell make a position potentially as the push comes back from Truly Adams. So Jensen Harrell there, so close to getting those positions done, but able to catch up. So we have Jacob Oliver now, Reagan Seville's teammate, right in frame, right there, potentially able to come and help Reagan with that championship. Knowing Jacob, he knows that his teammate is in the championship, and he might potentially do anything he can. If he doesn't have the chance to win this race, he's definitely going to try and let his teammate do it by pushing if he can get up there. You saw Truly Adams and Kelvin Shing go too wide the lap previous. Reagan tried to commit to pushing Truly Adams, but then saw that they were too wide. It would have been much easier to get that position on Truly Adams just by moving over one slot and getting on that inside. So very smart racing from Reagan. He's been racing 206 for so many years now, including in the cadet classes. So he's been going through cadet, junior 206, and senior 206. There might be nobody on this track with more 206 experience than Reagan Seville does. And he's upset right now as he sees Kelvin Shing blocking for the inside, which is exactly what Kelvin wants to do, because what he did in DKC was all for his teammate Bryce Frank, trying to push Bryce to that lead, as he knows he's not in the championship fight. Now, Kelvin doing a fantastic job of holding off Reagan. He doesn't want him to get to his teammate. He really wants to get up to Bryce and push away from everybody behind.
Seville moves outside, inside, looking for a move on Kelvin Zing, and the two AR Academy drivers glued together on those MGMs. And for Seville, he knows the situation. He knows he has to win this race if he wants to win the 206 Senior Championship in 2024. I believe he'd be the only rookie to do it in his rookie year in the class, and he's doing a good job of being third now, but just he knows he wants to go, and again, just kind of desperate to get up there to second, desperate to get up there to Bryce Frank at the moment, and you see him kind of make moves and defend as well. It's just the nervousness and what's at stake, the big picture of what's at stake here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series this year with this entire class. It's been super close all year long, and everybody's traded race wins to their name all year long. Seville already has 2. He looks to make it 3 to clinch this championship, but with Kelvin Zinga in between them, it's going to be really hard for that GFC to do it all on his own.
Yeah, Truly Adams is possibly looking at Reagan and saying the enemy of my enemy is my friend, because these two teammates up in front are loyally working together, and if Truly is going to do anything to get around those two, he needs to work together with the other driver who's alone up in this front pack of Reagan Seville. You saw Jacob Oliver and Jensen Harrell both working together there, not fighting at all, doing a good job of trying to hold on to this lead pack. If there's any more fighting, we could see them join this pack imminently. But right now, Bryce Frank and Kelvin Shing doing everything they can to keep Reagan, the other championship contender, out of Bryce's hair as we see them come through turn 6 now. They're coming into turn 6. Truly Adams hanging back just a little bit, maybe a little bit of gearing difference as the 3 karts up in front are all pushing away from him right now.
Yeah, everybody's still working together there. Truly Adams still very much in tow in the 4th spot. But again, Seville, we talked about how antsy he was at the start of this race. He's very kind of relaxed now, calmed down. Again, you see him still very much on the steering wheel and wanting to get up there, but you're not seeing him kind of try and attempt moves where they're low percentage moves. He's being patient more, and that's what you need to do if you want to win a championship here against 2 very experienced drivers in the 206 senior class. And for a rookie that raced in junior and last year at the CKNA Grand Nationals, where he moved up to senior, impressed a lot of people after a snap chassis, moved over to a Coyote chassis, and raced his way almost last from the LCQ all the way into the show. Was absolutely insane to see from the fence line, and now he wants to go up to second. He's on the inside there of Kelvin Zing. They make a little bit of contact. Zing slowed way down there, and Truly Adams looks to go through there as well. Kelvin Zing got tripped up there on the curb and got slowed way down into 4th. No teammate, no team games now. It's Reagan Seville up to second. Going to need all the push that he can get from Truly Adams if he wants to fight for this championship.
Yeah, Reagan had to get his elbows out there to try and get around Kelvin Shing. As we saw the previous lap before, a big moment between those 2 drivers where Reagan had to take avoiding action and even took his hand off the steering wheel because Kelvin Shing closed that door, and rightfully so, trying to hold on to the position and work together with his teammates. So now you see Truly Adams and Reagan Seville find each other on the track. Kelvin Shing is kind of fading a little bit, but he's in that draft. He should catch back up knowing who Kelvin Shing is. He's a very quick driver. Jacob Oliver able to get around Jensen Harrell for that 5th place spot. They're still right in the frame right there. If there's any more fighting for this lead pack, they could catch up. As I've been saying, we saw 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go. So Reagan Seville, Truly Adams, and Kelvin Shing all trying to work together to catch back up to Bryce Frank. And as I say work together, I eat my words as Truly Adams and Kelvin Shing try to come out to the inside of Reagan Seville and then slot back right in. They're still making headway towards Bryce Frank, though, as he has no pushing partner, no teammate, as they split each other up. The previous lap time by, you see Reagan Seville point forward, trying to recruit Truly Adams to be his teammate as of right now.
With 3.5 minutes to go left in this race and 3.5 minutes left to go in 2024 here at TSRS, Reagan Seville to the bottom of the racetrack looks to go on Bryce Frank. He has the help from Truly Adams, a little bit of contact in between the 2 of them. Frank not going to give up that spot easily. He gets through for second, and look at that, Kelvin Zing's up to 3rd. So those 2 drivers have found themselves on the racetrack again, and it's a 2v1 battle, but here comes Jacob Oliver as well. He's in 5th at the moment and continuing to set in personal best lap times to close in to your top 4.
Yeah, sneaky move from Kelvin Shing to waste no time getting around Truly Adams as well. Able to get back up to his teammate now. Reagan Seville is vulnerable here as he goes all the way down to the inside of the racetrack, but Bryce Frank with that big push might be able to get it around the outside. He'll try it and then slots back in, almost a hook of the bumper there. You saw how close it was to that happening. Reagan Seville still holding on to that lead. Truly Adams now trying to contest with Kelvin Shing, and he's even pulling on the alongside of Bryce Frank now, so disrupting this fight now for 1 and 2 with Bryce Frank and Reagan Seville. But then Truly Adams slots all the way back down into 4th. Now look who's joined us in this lead pack. Jacob Oliver and Jensen Harrell have been waiting so patiently, and they haven't been fighting exactly what they needed to do to get up to this front pack. If Jacob Oliver can get up to those 2 AR drivers and cause some chaos, he could definitely give his teammate the championship here, Caleb.
Jacob Oliver still looking for a podium on the year, and he's looking to go and help his teammate out here in this championship battle. But Truly Adams just had a much better run there on the exit of 2, going into turn 3, and Oliver just had to think better of it and slot back in a line. But with Oliver here, we haven't seen Oliver kind of help Seville out so far in this race. We haven't seen him kind of help him out all weekend long because he hasn't been up there with his lead pack after issues for him in both of the heat races. But this is a new variable that you know, me and you, Rocco, we don't even know what's going to happen here with a minute and a half to go.
Well, I think I would like to say, if just a guess, if Jacob Oliver can't get up to that podium position or thinks that he won't be able to hold on to it, he might just try to cause some chaos to help his teammate out, as Reagan Seville still holds that inside line to try and keep Bryce Frank at bay. Is Jacob Oliver going to try and get the inside line on the draft? He's right behind the bumper of Kelvin Jing. He's going to choose to get the draft on them. Jensen Harrell starting to push Truly Adams through. On the outside, Reagan Seville holding the inside line there. Truly Adams now into P2, separating Bryce Frank and Kelvin Jing. Oh my goodness, Jensen Harrell
by Truly Adams sent Seville almost sideways on the exit of the corner, and that got really closer on the exit, and you see Seville pointing emphatically forward into the distance, telling Truly Adams, bear with me for a little bit and push me along, because he got a shove from behind there from the VLR, and they continue to touch as they go into turn number 3. But the MGMs, everybody able to stay in line. That was closer. Seville was almost sideways there going into the wall.
Yeah, Truly Adams, the lone VLR out there right now on the racetrack. We saw how he tried to work together with Reagan Seville early in this racetrack, but he really, I don't think he cares about the championship between these two drivers, as he'd much rather come out with the win here, being on his lonesome in that VLR cart. You see him, he's pitted with the factory team as well, so has help underneath that 10 as now he pulls down the inside of Reagan Seville. Now he gets a big push with Bryce Frank and Kelvin Jing. He points backwards, can't get the position there. Reagan Seville able to hold it around the outside, so tough fighting now. We lose all the time. We are going to get the 2 sticks to go this time by. Tight, hard fighting up in front between your top 6 drivers.
And Seville to the bottom of the racetrack now. Truly Adams going to try the outside. We're going to go side by side almost for the 3rd lap in a row. Adams still looking to get the race victory. Nothing on the line for him this weekend, but it's officially crunch time here in 2:06. Senior Truly Adams to the bottom of the racetrack. Seville not going to fight it too much. He's going to let Adams by, but Bryce Frank is sitting there in 3rd. The battle for the championship is heating up, and Jacob Oliver has arrived on the scene to help Trackside Karting Services GMC here with 2 laps to go. Can Frank go on Reagan Seville again? If Truly Adams wins, this is what Bryce Frank needs. He needs to go up to 2nd, and Kelvin Zing is sitting there in 4th. This is exactly what the AR Academy needs.
Yeah, Bryce Frank, after having a fantastic weekend, and now Jacob Oliver tries to go down the inside of Kelvin Jing. A little bit of a half move there, slowing down Kelvin, which is beneficial for Reagan Seville there, as now Bryce Frank is separated from his teammate. But we saw what a good weekend Bryce had at DKC. He was able to get the edge on Reagan Seville in the championship after Reagan was leading it. So you see now Truly Adams goes all the way down to the inside of the racetrack. Reagan goes as high as he possibly can, trying to get the switch back on Bryce Frank. He tries it, and he's now alongside. A fantastic run there. Bryce Frank still has that draft. You see Truly Adams go to the inside of the racetrack and gives that draft to Truly Adams, or to Reagan Seville, my mistake. But now Kelvin Jing giving the push to Bryce Frank. Reagan's going to fall all the way back to P4 now, with Truly still in the lead. Jacob Oliver now finding his teammate on the racetrack, and Kelvin Jing holding that inside line on Reagan Seville. Now the 2 TKS teammates, the 2 GFC teammates are both together on the racetrack. You see Bryce Frank pointing forward emphatically. Reagan Seville still right there trying to hold the outside. A little bit of water on those outside tires. You see a little bit loose. This could be the end of Reagan Seville's championship hopes, as now Jensen Harrell's on the gets around him now, so it's falling apart for the 2 TKS teammates, as you see Bryce Frank running away with Truly Adams with a few laps left to go.
It all fell apart there for Reagan Seville in turn 1. He hit a wet spot on the racetrack there and just went sideways going into turn 1, fighting with his teammate, and Jacob Oliver and Frank tells Truly Adams, just go, man. I don't want to fight. Don't even try to defend. I'm here for the bigger picture. I'm here for the championship. This is exactly what Bryce Frank needs to turn that number 2 plate into a number 1 in 2025. Kelvin Zing sits in 3rd, and there is Bryce Frank behind Truly Adams, not even going to try to make a move, not even going to risk to make a move, because there is a bigger picture at hand here for Reagan Seville, who tried to get himself back in the podium places It's not going to be enough in 2024. The rookie had a legendary run with a lot of race victories to his name, but now going side by side with Harrow here. They're going to continue to fight. Frank around the outside, looking to go on Truly Adams. He caught us all by surprise. Adams is going to defend. Truly Adams is going to win in Amarillo. And Bryce Frank is your 206 champion.
So close with that championship battle between those two drivers. Kelvin Jing coming across the line in third place right behind his teammate. What a team effort from those two drivers. And you see Kelvin Jing take the cutoff road right there. You see Truly Adams and Bryce Frank give fist bumps. You saw maybe a few other drivers giving a few thumbs up. A really good, show of sportsmanship between these two drivers. Maybe Reagan pulls alongside to say congratulations to him as they shake hands there. It's awesome to see between those two drivers who've been racing against each other for quite a time now. And it's always good to see, even though they fought so hard and they were rivals for a whole year, at the end they can shake hands and say good job to each other. So fantastic between your top five. Jensen Harrell able to get 5th place off Jacob Oliver in that final lap there.
And that's a great sign of sportsmanship indeed in between Reagan Seville and Bryce Frank for the rookie. It was just close for him this year and just not close enough. But for Bryce Frank, a long time in the works. That number 2 plate going to turn into number 1 in 2024. A quick commercial break. When we come back, more racing action set to come your way live from Amarillo Kart Complex.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 toothbrush sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? We need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Welcome back here to Championship Sunday at Amarillo Kart Complex for the 2024 season of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Always, my name is Caleb Vieska. Alongside me here in the booth, Rocco Ruzic. We've already crowned some champions in multiple classes, and we get ready to do it one more time. Pierce Baldus, the favorite in the championship, is going to need a lot to go wrong for the championship to go the way of Miguel Mir, so he can become an 8-time Masters champion here at TSRS. But that being said, let's take you down to your starting lineup. Kyle Walter, Brent Harper on row number 1. Pierce Baldus and Morgan LeBaron, the Mustache Man, on row number 2. You go back to Kogan Wright, Adamar Caligaro, Kozak, Pergande, Mir, Faulkner, Howie, Wynn, Rogers, Anna Kozak, Hutchins, Din, Morgan, Knight, Cherry, and Shane Burkett. The 20 drivers getting set to take the green flag here for the final time in 2024 in KA Masters. We are racing here. Walter off to a good start. Brent Harper off to an even better one. He goes for the lead of the race in that Kart Republic.
There goes LeBaron down on the inside of his teammate there to take second from, I believe that was Kyle Walter or Pullman. With a bit of a slow start there, lost 2 positions off the start. Fantastic run around the outside from Brent Harper. You see Neil Faulkner and Moore fighting down further back. A driver off the racetrack there. One of the, I believe that is the 458 of Hutchins there. So off the racetrack into turn 7. Unfortunate start to this main event. You don't want that, especially in the final event of the weekend. So there you see now our championship leader, Pierce Baldus, and Miguel Mir deep on the brakes.
Oh my goodness! Pierce Baldus goes around. Mir was really, really deep on the brakes, and your championship points leader has gone around in the final corner. Big championship implications here already. Mir's up to 5th. Baldus could be out of this one if he can't get it restarted.
Yeah, insane turn of events there. Miguel Mir a little deep on the brakes. You saw how far he was twitching down that braking zone. Very unintentional for that contact to happen, so it's unfortunate. Pierce Baldus with a good championship lead. Hopefully he doesn't have anybody to worry about from behind in that championship, as now Kyle Walter getting on the back of LeBaron, trying to make up the positions that he lost off that start. Miguel Mir didn't slow himself up too much after that huge incident going into turn 11. His teammate out in front of him, Caligaro, 2 teammates who can possibly cut up the front of this of these top 3. You see Caligaro catching up to the 3 very quickly now, as LeBaron trying to put some pressure on a Harper after that fantastic start he had. We'll see if there's any move. You see LeBaron look over his shoulder. He looks down to the outside of turn 11, trying to get the move on Harper here. He slots back into P2 though. No move coming into turn 11.
Yeah, no move there in a turn 11, but Morgan LeBaron on his first race back at TSRS gives the bumper there to Harper, moves him up alongside the racetrack, and there goes LeBaron to the lead of the race. Harper back to 2nd, and Ademar Caligaro up to 3rd. What a drive by Ademar to get himself inside of the top 3, and this is would be a really good finish for Caligaro to end off his championship here this weekend, Rocco.
Yeah, definitely a good way to end the season for sure. You see Miguel Mir there in 5th place. He's about a little over 100 points back on Pierce Baldus there, so we'll see how far back he is in the field. If Miguel Mir can get out in front and win this thing, and then you see Pierce Baldus have a terrible, terrible fate in this main event, you could see a little bit of a switch up here. Who knows? I mean, it's all unpredictable in the world of racing. You always saw in the previous races we had a bunch of surprises. You saw the race with Chandler. You saw Reagan, how his championship fight fell apart after dipping the tires in that puddle going through turn 1. So a lot of unpredictable things can happen in all these races. You see Miguel now on the back of Walter there, putting the pressure to that driver in the High Five performance cart. Up in front though now, Caligaro putting the pressure on Brent Harper.
And there goes Miguel Mir on the inside of Walter for P4. He's able to get clear. Miguel Mir, again, looking at the championship battle here, he's 143 points back from Pierce Baldus coming in to the main event. And again, points have been updated after yesterday throughout the heat races. It was 54 that went, or I should say, it was a lot more that went the way of Pierce Baldus and Miguel Mir, but Caligaro looks to go through there on Harper. Ademar's up to 2nd. What a drive so far for the Cruise Racing Development driver. This could be a career best finish for Ademar if he's able to get up there to the bumper of Morgan LeBaron, but Miguel Mir as well is having a good race in this one. And again, contact with him and Pierce Baldus, whatever the stewards deem of that, could also affect this championship if Miguel Mir does finish on the top step. But that's obviously speculation and whatever comes at the end of this race. But Mir driving really good, and like the veteran that he is, always contending here for championships at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. But now Brent Harper next on his list as Mir fade low. On the inside now, Mir has a good run after issues for him yesterday in Heat 2. No issues today in the main event. He's able to get clear in turn number 11.
Yeah, so Miguel Mir able to make that next position. I look back at Pierce Baldus all the way down in 17th. It took him a long time to get back and underway, as now I think we see Pregande go down the inside of Kyle Walter for that 5th place position. So a good move from your last round winner at DKC when he was gifted that win after your top 6 all took each other out, but he seems to have a lot more pace here. Hopefully he can carry it all the way to the front as he gets around your pole setter. So now with, Pierce Baldus so far behind, he's 23 seconds back. It's a real big switch up when your 2 championship contenders collided earlier in this race. So for Kyle Walter, he's fading back a little bit. You see LeBaron sort of pull away a little bit in front. Caligaro is about a second back with his teammate now right behind him. They found each other on the racetrack, and if they push together, they could easily catch back up to LeBaron. And as I say that, you see Miguel Mir look down on the inside and then fade back right behind his teammate.
Yeah, faded back in a line, and Obviously, that would have been a low percentage move there by Miguel Mir, and with the experience that he has, he knows and he thinks better of it, and decides to work with a driver who, they've both worked really nicely together all year long, and they're going to try and get up to Morgan LeBaron here in a couple of moments. So we'll see, but Mir is going to go to the bottom of the racetrack. Thinks he has a little bit more speed than his teammate in Ademar Caligaro, so he's able to get through and go to the second spot, and rightfully so, because he set the fastest lap of the race at 109.968 for Miguel Mir the last time around, and that was obviously with moving out of line, going back into line on Ademar Caligaro, and then going through the start-finish straight to get up to second. So now Miguel Mir going to lead the charge here for the Cruise Racing Development Team, and this could be a good finish for them with 2 drivers finishing on the podium places. But again, have to think about Brent Harper still very much in tow in 4th, and David Pergande as well, a driver who has had a lot of pace this year. It was an off weekend for him at DKC, and it all fell back into his lap at the end of it when everybody came together. So don't count any of the drivers inside of the top 5 out. Don't count your pole sitter and Kyle Walter out of this one either, as they all try and close down their gaps.
Yeah, Mir able to get around his teammate. Now you see him pull a little bit of a gap on him, so may be definitely a little bit quicker as Pergande is starting to catch up to Caligaro. And so Pergande with a lot more pace in this main event than he had in the other 2 in the other 2 heat races, I should say, as he's starting to sort of catch up to the back of Caligaro, who's also fading back on his teammate. Mir may try to work on that gap between him and LeBaron. It's about 1.2 seconds between your top 2, and it may shorten down just a little bit more, as you saw Miguel Mir post the fastest lap one of the last times by, but now Morgan LeBaron by himself puts down a 109.88 for the fastest lap of your race. So LeBaron also with a lot of pace in this race. 4th on back, it's only 4th. The top 4 are kind of all in one spaced out group. When you go back to Harper, it's about almost a whole second when you find the 5th place position.
Yeah, it's almost a whole second back there to Harper. And then you go here with the LN Kart that's still leading this train away. Randy Rogers at the front and at the helm of this group. Right behind him is Wynn there in the CRG machine, and then in between them it looks to be Scott Cherry that's right there as well in tow, and Neil Faulkner who is adjusting on the needles there, it seems like. Rocco on the back straight was just adjusting a little bit or fixing that airbox just a bit as well. So again, we look on with that TV Kart South entry of Neil Faulkner as he looks to chase down for a spot in the edge of the top 10, and Walter has already pulled away from them in the 7th spot, though that group opens up a little bit more. But the fastest lap of the race here, David Pergande, 109.746, looks to close down on Ademar Caligaro as this race continues.
Incredible lap there from Pergande. So you have a lot of contenders for this win up in the top 4 as they're starting to pull away from top 5. It's about a 2-second gap between your top 4, and then it's about 3 seconds all the way back now to Harper. So a huge gap starting to form between 4th and 5th now, as you see Wynn go down the inside of, I believe that was Wright there, but couldn't do it as Wright held it around the outside, tried to hold as much momentum as he could, and kept on to that 9th place position. So good fighting in the midfield there. You see Neil just on the edge of the top 10 with a very unique kit now, as his son has changed his helmet. They used to run the same helmet design with a slight difference of the lettering on the sides, but now with Jake a new lid. Neil Faulkner looking a lot better out there on that racetrack, with Miguel Mir now working his way up to LeBaron. That gap has gone down about a 10th maybe, as Pergande now got around Caligaro for 3rd place. So Caligaro now going to work, I should say Pergande about to work his way up to Miguel Mir.
Pergande looking to close down his gap there to Miguel Mir in the 2nd spot, but Mir just seems to be pulling away lap by lap. He's running just a little bit quicker than Pergande, and has been just a little bit more consistent as well than Mir. Mir has been a little bit more consistent than Pergande so far in this race. So Mir, again, the bigger picture for him is to get up there to the lead of Morgan LeBaron. Those are 2 drivers who fought for the championship last year all year long, and they went into the final round with the closest championship battle that weekend, as well as now Caligaro going to start to adjust there on the needles on that carburation and try and close down his gap, because he's losing a lot of pace here with just 5 minutes to go, Rocco.
Yeah, definitely fading back as your top 4 start to spread out a little bit on our screen now. Miguel Mir still trying to work his way up to your leader of LeBaron there, the mustache man. Still, they come around the final few corners. When they get across that line, we will see our times update Pregande with so much pace. You see him starting to catch up to Miguel Mir now, your last round winner, with so much more pace than we saw in previous weekends. So a very good performance now, especially when it counts in the main event. You know, in the heat races, it's not the final say when that checkered flag comes out. It's more about getting up positions and really trying to just focus on a good start for that main event, and a good start indeed that Pregande's had. He made up so many positions going through the early stages of this race, and now that we're in the final third plus 2 laps to go, only 4 minutes on the clock. So LeBaron and Mir and Pregande all within about a second and a half of each other. Still, Mir gains about a second every lap to about half of a tenth. So definitely competitive amongst your top 3. We could see a very fantastic fight start to break out here if they start to close that gap anymore, because Miguel Mir is on the cusp of that draft effect with your leader. When he gets that, it'll be much easier to catch, especially on a track that's as wide and as big as this one with all these long straights. You see Pregande potentially getting some of that toe on Miguel Mir, able to catch up pretty easily to the back of Mir. And if he gets up to the back, is he going to go around or is he going to work together? It might be in his best interest, but this is the KA Masters class. You do see them use a little bit more of experience on the racetrack to try and really utilize anything they can do to catch up to the lead and try to win on their own. So definitely a class that produces exciting racing. As of right now, it's pretty tame up in the front. You can see a few drivers closely back and around. I think that's Knight and Walter in 6th and 7th fighting there, or actually Harper and Knight fighting there. So, you know, a few fights happening further back, but as of right now, up in the front, not much going on.
Yeah, not much going on at all here up at the front. Morgan LeBaron still holding his gap at just over half a second, and for Miguel Mir back as well, just another half a second back to David Pregande. So everybody kind of staying and keeping their gaps here just a little bit. But for Kyle Walter, it's been a wild race for him nonetheless to lose a lot of time there. And again, something to miss there on that high 5 to not match the pace that the top 5 do have so far here in this one. And there you have Neil Faulkner looking to go on a win. Hasn't been close enough in this race to get it done so far. Win again on an older CRG chassis is making that thing look new, putting it inside of the top 10, and Neil Faulkner right behind him again, trying to go through, and has been biding his time lap by lap to kind of wait to go on win there as well, who sits in the 10th spot. Scott Cherry, the driver, right ahead of them this time by, and then at the end of this group is Wright, who's there in 12th. Cherry a little bit ways up the field as well, with Randy Rogers and Kyle Walter that are sitting there in 8th and 7th place respectively. But Cherry, pulling away from winning. Neil Faulkner and these 3 drivers just kind of single file, and again, it's just almost Rocco, like the most I would say the most I guess angering feeling whenever you feel like you're closing in on someone, but you're just not close enough to make a move and don't have enough time or you can say space to go in and make a move, and don't want to risk all too much.
Yeah, as your leaders now start to close in a lot. You saw that aggressive move from Pregande. He tried to get down on the inside of Miguel Mir in that right-left chicane that they added a few weeks ago. So very strange move to make, because it would slow them both down and make them lose a lot of time to Morgan LeBaron. You saw Scott Cherry get around both Wen, Faulkner, and Wright there, Wright following all the way back to P12. So your leaders now all catching up, and you see Miguel Mir point to the inside of Morgan LeBaron. So maybe a move coming very soon, and he wants the push from behind of Pregande. We'll see as we come around turn 7 and into turn 8, one of the best braking zones we have on the track, turn 8, with a very hard braking zone. You've seen a lot of drivers twitch their karts as they came through, including Miguel Mir earlier whenever he had that little collision with Pierce Baldus. So now they all single file through turn 8, no moves there. Another very good overtaking opportunity happening in turn 11. So a sequence of overtaking spots in the last sector of the racetrack as Miguel Mir now slots down to the inside of the racetrack, tries to get deep on the brakes, and gets around LeBaron at the last moment. Pregande as well, able to slot in right behind Miguel Mir for P2.
What a move there by Miguel Mir, deep on the brakes. He gets clear into the point of the field. Pregande goes up to second. Morgan LeBaron falls back to the 3rd spot here, and he's starting to lose time with the top 2 as Miguel Mir was catching. Told Pregande to bear with him just for a couple of more moments, and Pregande did. And for a driver who, they say just had luck at DKC, and you can argue that, but he goes off the racetrack. He drops a tire off the racetrack. Unfortunate there for David Pregande. I was about to say, proving all the naysayers wrong this weekend to get himself up inside of the top 2 to, put himself in a position to win the race this weekend. Unfortunate for David Pregande, who's just a little bit 2 ways back to fight for the win of this race.
Yeah, Pregande was so close there. I mean, he still has a bit of time. We're going to come around and get the 2.6 to go this time by. LeBaron still giving Pregande that toe. Could be his, his lifesaver here in this main event for the KA Masters. Miguel Mir with a bit of a gift there, because with that pressure behind kind of lifted off his shoulders for now. He still has LeBaron, who is pushing hard to try and catch up to the back of Mir there. With the 2 sticks now, this time by, we're coming down to the last 2 laps of this KA Masters, main event. You see Pregande with a little shake of the head there. He's really disappointed after that little mistake, dropping the tire on the exit of turn 5. So Miguel Mir with his head down, trying to push as hard as he can in these final stages of the race. Will anybody be able to answer this Cruise Racing Development driver right here? He's been so good all year. He's second in the championship for points right now, and this is exactly where he needs to be, including what happened with Pierce Baldus, only able to do as good as 15th right now. So we'll see what post-race penalties do about that little incident they had. I definitely don't think it was intentional, as Miguel Mir tried to slow down as much as he possibly could, but whatever happens on the racetrack. So it's all up in the hands of the stewards now, as Miguel Mir looks over his shoulder to see LeBaron there still in his eyesight. They're all evenly spread out with one more lap to go after these final few corners to get back across the line. Will anybody be able to catch up to Miguel Mir here?
Mir has been in this situation time and time again, but this year he came into the weekend as the challenger. Didn't come as a hunter. That's Morgan LeBaron. He breaks on the back straightaway. Something is broken for Morgan LeBaron. This race has just blown a huge hole into it on his first weekend back in 2024. Morgan LeBaron breaks on the back straightaway, and Marco Ligaro is promoted up to 3rd. 2 Cruise Racing Development drivers inside of the podium places, but Miguel Mir this year and this weekend was different for him. He came in as the challenger, he came in as the hunter, and not the one being hunted. It's going to be close in the championship, but this is a good shot to try and hold on to that number 1 plate in 2025. He's done everything. He's won 7 years in a row here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. It wasn't an easy race. He had to work his way through this field. He had to fight for every single position and every single pass that he had to make. Miguel Mir is 100 feet, about 1,000 feet, I should say, away from the checkered flag here in Amarillo, Texas, a track that he likes, and he was saying, I just have to go out there and win this race today. I just have to do my best and finish on the top step to give myself a chance at this championship, and he's done just that. Miguel Mir, perfect on Sunday. He wins in KA Masters. Checkered and black flag in the air. Again, race will be under review, and a penalty for Miguel Mir here on timing and scoring. So that gives the win over to David Pregande unofficially there. And again, you have to wait for the post-race penalties and post-race, I guess, steward and protest to go on. But a wild race there and a good job by Miguel Mir. But again, you see him drop down a second on our pylon, because that does mean that he has a penalty to his name. And we can only assume that is because of the incident with Pierce Baldus. But that hands the win unofficially here to David Pregande. And again, they said that it was a luck. It was just luck there at DKC, but proved everybody wrong. He does it again here in Amarillo, Texas. Pickup getting set to come your way here for KA Masters when we come back to 06 Heavy and KA Junior.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth roof sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Maryland USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Well, welcome back here to Championship Sunday at the Texas Sprint Racing Series in 2024. You get set to go green with your 206 juniors who have worked their way out onto the racetrack. Let's run you down your starting lineup. Robert Arena and Chris Tracy lock out at all trackside karting services GFC front row. Maui Angel and Shelby Ramirez on row number 2. And one driver's off the racetrack, Chris Tracy. Issues for the driver who was set to start on the front row. He finds himself in the grass and out of this race, out of this championship before it even begins here on Sunday. Unfortunate there for Chris Tracy, and heartbreak, and a wheel has just come off that go-kart. Unfortunate. What a way to end up here for Chris Tracy in the grass. Heartbreak for this kid who has worked so hard all year long, and man, really unfortunate there for Tracy. And further down the order, Mia Johnson starts 5th alongside Shelby Ramirez, Brandon Green starting shotgun Charlie on the field, and 206 Junior in 6th. You go back to your 206 heavy starting lineup. Ryan Gomez starting on the pole position alongside Madison Knox. Christopher Remke and Steven Hester on row number 2. Nick Miller and David Roddy on row 3. Zoran Lee and Bill Balish on row number 4. And RJ Guajardo and Christopher White on row number 6 there for your 206 heavies. Row number 5 there, I apologize, for your 206 heavies. And again, Those drivers that provide us great racing action, but only 5 here in 206 Junior. Arena gets the lead early. Maui Angel going side by side there with Shelby Ramirez. Angel going to have to lose that spot and slot back into 3rd. And we look on there as well with our 206 Heavies who are getting set to go green, but Arena off to a good start. Ramirez still very close here on the rear bumper, but into the trim lines we go. Green flag is out for your 206 Heavies. Ryan Gomez off to a good start. Championship points leader Madison Knox around the outside. She's able to get up to 2nd. Roddy going side by side there with Christopher Ramke. Roddy's able to get up to 3rd now, and it wasn't easy there. Ramke definitely didn't make that easy to go through, and everybody bumper to bumper, and Remy Angel just got in too deep there on the brakes and got into their bumper there of Shelby Ramirez, and they lost a whole lot of time. Side by side with Christopher White and Zeron Lee. The Iron Rock Motorsports machine against the Value Truck TB Kart South machine there at the tail end of the field. And White was super quick yesterday, but 2 DNFs are going to put you with a lot of work to do here in the main event. For Maui Angel and Shelby Ramirez going side by side, and this is really going to allow Robert Arena to pull away from this field. And you see Ramirez there, taps the back of the helmet, who wants some help there from Maui to try and get up to the rear bumper there, Robert Arena, because Arena has already put half a second on this field in 206 Junior. Further back there as well with your heavies, Gomez still holding Madison Knox at bay, and these drivers just a car length separated, and these are 2 drivers that drive against each other and fight against each other time and time again. Both of them local to the track that we've all grown familiar with here in Texas, the North Texas Carters that just got a repave this weekend, or repave this month, I should say. And these 2 drivers have a lot of experience racing against each other, and Knox using that experience to her hands and catching Gomez by surprise and taking the lead of the race here in 206 Heavy for Nevada Kart Sport and VLR. There, she's able to go through on Gomez in the battle. Further back there for 2nd, Guajardo, Mr. Lubbock himself finds himself side by side there with Roddy. They continue to battle, as well as Christopher Ramke, who's in this group and still battling and holding on to Guajardo, who looks on the inside, not going to be close enough on Ramke, who shoots it in the corner of 11. He's able to lose the spot, and RJ Guajardo is able to get clear that time around. A good heads-up move by Guajardo, who has been the quickest driver in this 206 Heavy class, but again, issues for him in both of the heat races that did have mixed conditions put him starting 2nd to last in this race, and now to find himself in the podium places is exactly what Archie Guajardo wants to see. Single file line throughout this field. Arena from Ramirez, from Maui here, your top 3 who are still very locked together, and a good showing for Shelby Ramirez, who already has a race win to her name this year at Crescent, at Kart Moto in Crescent, Texas, just on the outskirts of Dallas. And for Maui, who as well has a win, and only what was his 3rd race at the time, had only been racing for 2 months, and found himself beating Nathan Golseth after post-race penalties. And for Maui to find himself in the top 3 again, a great showing for him here in 206 Junior to take the fight up here. Shelby Ramirez and Robert Arena as they continue to work their way through. Ramirez still not close enough to get that move done on Arena, but the top 2 very experienced junior drivers who are going to be moving up to senior pretty soon. Definitely, Rocco.
Yeah, definitely. It's a huge switch up from the heats that we saw earlier this weekend, with Robert Arena and his teammate able to pull away in those other 2 heats, with now Shelby Ramirez and Angel able to suck up right to the back of Arena. They're right there, and they just need to sit like this for the next 10 minutes so they have a chance to fight for that win. And, you know, I had to step away from the booth a moment ago, so I wasn't here for the early stages of this race, and I have a very important question for you, Caleb, and that is, where's Chris Tracy?
Christopher Tracy had mechanical issues at the start of this race, before it even started, before the green flag even went out. So unfortunate there for Chris Tracy, a wheel fell off of that go-kart, and again, just wasn't tight even to go out with there. So a mechanical failure there for Chris Tracy put him out of this one early here, Rocco. But the top three in 206 Junior doing a good job here to kind of work together, push each other together. And again, you expect Arena and Tracy to push each other along, but it's been different for them. And the battle further back as well has been just a little different in between your 206 heavies. RJ Guajardo's got himself back into the mix, and you see him there leading Christopher White and Christopher Ramke, but Gomez and Knox just a little bit ways up the field. They're about a second up the field, and Guajardo continues to push, continues to set in personal best lap times in that 206 heavy race here, and that gap is about 125.015. For Madison Knox, she ran a 120.917. Goodness gracious, Madison Knox is absolutely flying here, but something happened there to Ryan Gomez, who's out of this one. Ryan Gomez was in second place in this race, and Gomez is nowhere to be found here. No idea what happened to the Burrell machine there from the Dallas local, and Madison Knox is up there in the field running by herself. Gomez issues for him. He's out of this one early, Rocco.
Yeah, that gives the second place position up to Guajardo. So Chris White now on that third spot of the podium, with Ramke following very closely behind. And then Nick Miller, Hester, and Roddy fighting pretty hard as well right behind them. You saw Roddy almost get into the tire, not the tire wall, but the wall coming out of turn 13 last time by when he was fighting hard with Nick Miller there. So definitely some good fighting happening in both classes, especially now with this change-up in 206 Junior without a teammate. Robert Arana showed a lot of pace by himself, but now it seems to be a little bit of a change for the two behind. They found a lot of pace in this main event, especially where it counts, so they must have been just, waiting a little bit to really show what they got in the very end, because this is a big difference to the pace that we saw in the past two heats. Shelby Ramirez and Maui working together perfectly. Maui very patient not to try and overtake Shelby Ramirez and slow each other down, because at any point if they lose, and as I say that, Shelby Ramirez now pulls down to the inside. Maui's going to push her along through, so alongside, side by side with Robert Arana there, and she takes the point in the 206 Junior class. Maui not able to follow her through, has to slot back down into P3 now with a big pusher behind from Robert Arana. They are losing Maui Angel behind after that poor exit when he had to slot back in line behind Robert Arana there. So now Shelby Ramirez, your new leader in the 206 Junior class, comes through the final few corners of this lap to take the line and see what the update is. Now Robert Arana switches back down to the inside, side by side once more. This is slowing them down a lot and allowing more to catch back up. Robert Arana clears her by the time they get back around for turn one. So a very strong motor, very big and top end, able to pull all the way around Shelby Ramirez there on the front straight.
Yeah, that was a very good move there by Robert Arana to go and set up that over-under to get clear there on Shelby Ramirez. So good move there by the GFC driver there. And again, issues for Gomez, and I think he's back there just on the exit of turn number 3, unfortunately there. Mechanical failure. He's out of this one early, but the podium places goes to Madison Knox, Guajardo, and Christopher White with 6 minutes to go left in that 206 heavy, and then two Valley Truck Company karting TB Kart South drivers in this race, and Maui Angel now going to put one of them back into third. 2 podiums for them though is definitely going to be a good showing, and I know Shelby's dad, Mario Ramirez, looking on from the fence line and trying to tell his daughter to push with everything that she's got to try and take 2 wins on the season above Robert Arana to put herself further up in this championship battle. But Maui Angel, a breakout star last round at DKC, has definitely impressed us once again here at Amarillo Kart Complex, and he continues to push, continues to try and get up there and go 2 for 2 in main event racing action. There's Ryan Gomez, unfortunately, off the racetrack on what looks to be turn number 5.
Yeah, what a good move from Angel to get around Shelby Ramirez there into turn 8. The way how he did it, he was able to slot in and get the push immediately from Shelby, so they didn't lose too much time to Robert Arana. And even though he made a little bit of a bobble going through turn 12 when he got a little loose and couldn't set up turn 13 properly to get the good exit, he's still already able to catch up to the back of Robert Arana. And as you can see, maybe a little bit of a difference in gearing for the drivers, as Robert Arana is able to pull quite hard out of these corners and get a bit of a gap. And as I say that, I might have just been lying to the viewers out there, because Maui able to pull right up to the back of Arana there for the P2 position, trying to contest that P1 position. We're in the last third of this race. Maui and Shelby, 2 drivers who have both been able to prove that they can lead each other up to the front. to Arana here, who hasn't been able to give up that lead, except for when Shelby Ramirez tried to get around. And now, since he's back in the front, he'll try and control this race there. Still not defending. There's a lot of time to go. They have green about 5 seconds back, so that's the only driver they really have to worry about. They started to fight really hard right now. You see Nick Miller catching up to the back of Chris White in our 206 heavy class. He dropped David Roddy and others to catch back up to that third place position, so there could be a fight coming along between Nick Miller and Chris White pretty soon.
Yeah, the Maverick definitely doing a good job to close down the gap to Christopher White, and he looks to get himself within a podium shot here this weekend at Amarillo Kart Complex and make it back-to-back podiums in TSRS racing action. And I tell you what, Nick Miller's actually gotten ahead of Christopher White now. Nick Miller's up in a third in that 206 heavy race. The Maverick able to get ahead of the Valley Truck Company TB Kart South driver, and Christopher White, who falls back to 9th now. So that race still continues to change, and there you see Nick Miller chasing down Guajardo, looking to get away from Christopher White here, who unfortunately continues to lose time as this race goes on. 3.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, Madison Knox with a very huge lead now amongst all the rest of the 206 Heavy is your championship leader as well, so it's looking really good for her. This championship could be locked up if she's able to come across the line very cleanly with no unfortunate mishaps or anything like that. So pretty awesome to see from Madison Knox. They're going to be a champion in 206 Heavy if she can keep this together up in so these two drivers, Chris White and Nick Miller, now you see Nick look over his shoulder. I don't think they're going to really fight right now at the moment, because you saw Nick catch up to Chris and then pass him, and now there's nobody around them, so it'd be a good time to try and just push together and see if they can work up to RJ Guajardo there in the P2 position and potentially put them both on the podium if they can both get around RJ. So still a lot of fights happening in both of our classes, 206 Heavy and 206 Junior. Up in front, Shelby Ramirez seems to have been dropped by your leader. She's about 1.5 seconds off of Angel, who is only 1/10 off of Arana here. So it might have been a 2-kart breakaway up in front in the 206 Junior class and a 2-kart train here trying to work up to P2 in your heavy class. Now on screen, there's Robert Arana with a bit of a gap to Angel there, and back on our screens with your 206 Heavy.
Christopher White and Nick Miller continue to fight for the last of the podium places there in 206 Heavy. Miller still holds on to Christopher White, and White just hasn't even attempted to make a move yet on Nick Miller after Miller was able to retake was able to get the 3rd spot away from Christopher White here in this race. So again, a good showing here for Nick Miller nonetheless, but for Christopher White, just hasn't even tried to go back for the 3rd spot and being patient, biding his time, and that's good for you for Christopher White. But again, if you feel like Nick Miller's going to try and get away from you or is starting to pull away, then it's going to be time to go here, Rocco. But 1.5 minutes to go. The gap for Robert Arana is pretty big, and the gap for Madison Knox is just absolutely unheard of at such a draft-dependent racetrack, and especially with the huge amounts of tailwind here today, as well as that's helping out Madison Knox just a little bit as she continues to pull away in this one. Clouds looming in the area. We should be good until the end of the day, and the storm in the area shouldn't hit us until we get into, I guess, tear down action on our side. So should be dry racing all night long, or all evening long, as Maui Angel with a great run hopping in that seat, looking to go on the inside of Robert Arana. He's able to get clear into 8. Maui Angel going side by side now with Arana. Arana able to set up an over-under move, and there you have the experience from Arana, just able to get the better of Maui Angel, coming to the 3 sticks in the air.
Yeah, we could potentially have 3 laps to go this time by, as we saw 50 seconds to go before we get those 2 sticks in the air. So you see them both drop Shelby Ramirez. She seems to be fading back in the field. You can see her on screen. She's a few kart lengths back. Robert Arana still at that lead. You could see Maui Angel at some points in the race. He would go to a 3/10 gap and make a little bit of a mistake, but he's really good in this section right here, able to catch all the way back up to Robert Arana as he slots it down the inside now, trying to take the lead from Robert. Robert can't do anything about it right now. Can he get the switch back on Maui? Not yet. So Maui with a good move to get back into the lead of this race. If not the first time of the main event, he is up into the lead. So Robert Arana now closely following behind. Is he going to make a move into turn 6? I don't believe so. So Robert happy to push Maui Angel until he sees those 2 sticks to go.
Maui Angel, what a move there to get it done into turn 3 and get clear. Arena looked to set up the over-under, but just couldn't get it done in the end. And now this race continues to go on. Maui Angel, Arena gonna fight for the win of this race. They left Shelby Ramirez in the distance. Green sits in the 4th spot here. Angel and Arena gonna go side by side on the back straightaway, and I stand corrected because Arena just doesn't have that good run there on the back to really try and attempt to move on Maui here. But again, 2-6 in the air this time around. We're about 13 laps completed, 2 laps to go, 14 laps total this race as they work their way through. 2-6 in the air, officially crunch time here from Robert Arena to try to take the win of the race away from the Arcade Motorsports driver in Maui.
It's smart that Arena doesn't want to fight just yet because it's keeping them from allowing Shelby Ramirez to come back into this fight. So he's being very calm and very patient right now. You just saw the 2-6 in the air. So Robert still, even though he was able to hold that right behind Maui in the turn 1, you saw him right there trying to get a higher line on Maui's. Now he tries to go to the outside. Maui's going to cover it off as he commits to the racing line and doesn't see Robert there because Robert doesn't even have a cart length on him now. So Robert had to back out into that corner. Angel with the lead, and they have about a lap and a half left to go. So this is the best we've seen Maui on form all season long. He's doing a very good job of holding back Robert Arana here. Is he going to go to the middle of the track? He is. What is Robert going to do? Is he going to fade as low as he can? Is he going to sit behind Maui for now? He just chooses to still be patient. Maybe just study Maui for right now and wait for the final second to make that move, to plan which corner he's going to make that move in, because if he can make it on the last lap, there might be no time for Maui to get back around him.
No time left this next time around. The white flag is going to fly up in the air, and Maui Angel is going to have to start to defend here from Robert Arena, a driver who's been so victorious so far this year. Maui goes a little wide there on the exit. Arena can't get a good enough run. White flag is in the air this time around, the final time for the Arcade Motorsports driver in 2022, and only his second TSRS start of the year. And Arena, who's a seasoned veteran in this junior class, goes side by side with the rookie this year. Angel able to stay ahead with a great defensive move in turn 3, but Arena sets up an over-under. He's able to get clear in turn 5. Angel becomes the predator once again.
Yeah, Maui left the door open there for Robert, so he just let himself inside the house. So Robert now with that lead of this race. Maui still holding very closely behind. We have a lapper up in front. I believe that might be Ramke there, but I don't think we're going to catch him because we have a bit of a gap between us and the end of the 206 heavy class. So now you see Robert pull all the way down to the inside of the racetrack. What's Maui going to do? You might see Robert come back up to the racetrack to commit to a better exit. Maui tries to hold around the outside. What a move by Maui Angel to get around Robert Arana for that P1 position. And now there's no time. Robert has a huge gap to Maui there. He's going to continue to pull away from from Angel. Sorry, Maui Angel is going to pull away from Robert Arana there. And as he rounds the final few corners, you see him get a little loose through that turn 11 corner. Robert is right back on there on the bumper. It's all about the exit here. Maui Angel is going to win his first ever regional race in the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Robert Arana so close in P2 behind Shelby Ramirez, able to finish about a second and a half there is now on your screen. Chris White and Nick Miller still fighting for that final spot on the podium. Chris White with the advantage. He got back around Nick Miller at some point in the racetrack. Madison Knox, your championship leader, comes around the final few corners of the year to solidify her championship in the 206 heavy class. There's RJ Guajardo so close as she throws the two fingers up in the air. P1 for Madison Knox. RJ Guajardo upset with that P2 position as you see him. And Nick Miller able to get back across the line on Chris White. Chris White throws up his hand in disappointment. So good, exciting racing in between both of your championship classes. And as of right there, your top two finishers.
What a race here in 206 Junior. Maui Angel around the outside. Are you kidding me? For a kid that's only been driving for 2 months, definitely impressed everybody on the fence lines here. Look out for that name, ladies and gentlemen, in the near future, and for Arena as well, which was a great year for him all year long. Unfortunately, couldn't battle with his teammate in Chris Tracy. But for Madison Knox, a year of a lot of victories and a lot of triumph. She is your 206 heavy champion. We'll be right back after this quick commercial break with some pickup getting set to come underway. Only 2 classes left in 2024, 206 Cadet and the main event of the evening in K8 100 Senior. We'll be right back after the break.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop in to Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
.206 Cadet out onto the racetrack now. This is a championship that a lot of people have their eyes on. Tanner Barsh leads it at the moment, but by a very, very slim margin over Aston Wyatt and Tyler Morwick. Marshall Steves as well finds himself in the battle here this weekend for the 206 Cadet Championship, but Simon Jack Klein, issues for Simon Jack Klein before it even starts. 2 races in a row. He cannot get this one fired up, and heartbreak for Simon Jack Klein in this 206 Cadet main event. Can't even get going here in this one. Unfortunate there by Simon Klein, but when you look at the championship standings here this weekend, updated version with drops, without drops I should say, Tanner Barsh leads with 1,250 points. The difference back to Theo Mitchell is 258, and Aston Wyatt 290 points back in the order. So he finds himself there for the back, and Dutch Westbrook as well is having to fight from the back of the field to try and work his way up into the top 3 I should say, here in the championship. But your starting lineup: Tyler Barsh and Tyler Morwick, Tanner Barsh and Tyler Morwick, sorry, on row number 1. Aston Wyatt and Dean Geary on row number 2. You go back to Theo Mitchell and Dusty Strayer on row number 3.
On row 4, it'll be Marshall Steves and Simon Klein had that mistake, so, mechanical failure, so he's out. Then it'll be Jensen Willender, Osborne, Barsh, White, Vargas, and Westbrook rounding off your field here.
Tyler Blackwood not out there on the racetrack at the moment, so we don't think Blackwood's going to get the green flag here to end off the season in 206 Cadet, but here it is. a major championship battle in between. There's a Blackwood actually in the distance trying to get to the back of the field, but green flag in the air, bumper to bumper, everybody pushing and shoving. Tanner Barsh going side by side with Aston Wyatt. Theo Mitchell there in the 4th spot, going side by side with Tyler Morweck, who's able to get into the 3rd spot. Mitchell falls back to 4th. For Dean Gearier, he's in the 5th spot now, looking for a move there on the inside of Mitchell. As well, further back in this field, Westbrook looking to make a couple, and he's able to get clear on Jensen Willander.
Yeah, he just started from the back of the grid, and he's already all the way up into, I believe, P6, so an incredible start from Dutch Westbrook there, even though he started all the way on Shotgun Charlie on the grid. So now he's working on, I believe, Marshall Steves there to get that next position, and he does. Garrier as well gets around Theo Mitchell for that P4 position. Your top 5 very tightly knit coming through your opening lap. So they come across the line now to update the timing sheets. Theo Mitchell looking possibly down the inside on somebody or just covering off the very fast Dutch Westbrook, who's slicing through this field like right now like a hot knife. It is incredible to see him pull down the inside of driver after driver now, going after Theo Mitchell for that P5 position. Will we see it? Now you see Tyler Morwick go around the inside of Aston Wyatt there to take P2. So a lot of fighting, a lot of switch-ups happening in this lead pack. Westbrook confirmed to get around Theo Mitchell there. So now he's going to have to work on Garrier. Garrier, another driver who is very quick in the heat races, and he's very quick right now, able to hold his own against these drivers of Aston Wyatt, Morwick, and Tanner Barsh up in front. Aston Wyatt in 3rd place there, but Dutch Westbrook in 5th, working his way to the back of this cart. So now with these drivers all here, Aston Wyatt pulls down to the inside of Tyler Morwick to try and get that P2 position. Morwick's going to force the issue and hold the outside. So he holds on to that P2 position and says, hey man, you need to push me. We have 13 minutes plus 2 laps to go. There's no real reason to fight right now if we can all pull away from the rest.
Got to take what you're given here, and Aston Wyatt wants to take the 2nd spot on the inside. He gets the... Oh my goodness! Tanner Barsh, Dutch Westbrook clobbered into Aston Wyatt and took out Tanner Barsh in the process. That chassis heavily bending for Aston Wyatt. That front bumper completely destroyed as well. That was insane there. This 206 Cadet Championship has a huge hole blown into it, and Tanner Barsh was just a passenger in the entire incident.
Yeah, you can see how destroyed that front bumper is on the cart of Aston Wyatt. Seems to be even dragging against the ground after it's been deformed so much after hitting Tanner Barsh there. An unfortunate turn of events for your championship leader. He's so far ahead of the points, though. I don't believe that he will fall under fire of anybody with his championship hopes from 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in championship. However, you have a few drivers up in this pack who are all fighting for position and could potentially leapfrog each other. You have Aston Wyatt and Theo Mitchell, 2nd and 3rd as well in that championship. Garrier looks over his shoulder, sees Theo Mitchell and Dutch Westbrook there in P4. Not too many changes for position happening right now, and continue, Caleb.
Well, there you have it. Your top 4 are very close together here in this one. Dean Gearier sits in 2nd, closing down his gap to Aston Wyatt, but that championship opens up, and I think after drops, it gets a lot closer with Aston Wyatt especially leading this race. But again, just a passenger in that entire incident. Westbrook just was super late on the brakes and couldn't slow down his Benek machine enough to slow down on the rear bumper there of Aston Wyatt. So unfortunate sequence of events there, and it's just crazy to see there that Tanner Barsh is probably going to be out of this one here, and indeed he is. He's not out there on the racetrack. Just an early end to Barsh's race here. He sits 12th, but just a DNF for him, and that card is still out there, and heartbreak for that kid who's worked so hard all year long as well to put himself in the position that he is in this weekend. But Westbrook still just behind in 4th, Mitchell there in 3rd. Everybody kind of stuck together there and pushing each other along, nobody making moves. Morwick there faded low for a second, wasn't close enough to get it done, but this almost looks like a 206 senior race here, Rocco, with how close together they are.
Yeah, this is such a tight race right here, and because of it being such a longer race, the dynamic of it changes a little bit. You see drivers start to calm down in the opening stages a little bit more, as you see now Dutch Westbrook goes on the inside of 2 drivers, almost gets into the back of Aston Wyatt there, almost a repeat of what happened a few laps ago. So a big move there by Dutch Westbrook to get 2 positions there. And as he looks over his shoulder with that P2 position, he has all the clean room up in front to work his way up to Aston Wyatt. Aston Wyatt with a little bit of damage on that front bumper after that unfortunate incident with Tanner Barsh. You saw how big of an impact that was after you saw the frame bent up at such a high degree and how hard Tanner Barsh's head went back after that collision. He held his helmet for a moment, so definitely a huge incident. It's crazy that there wasn't any more drivers collected in that incident, but Dutch Westbrook now with Morwick right behind. They have a little bit of a gap between them and Garrier as he looks over his shoulder. So a little bit of separation now since we saw them come through the back straight last time by. And your top four still very close together now. Garrier, they're all starting to file back in as we get down these long parts of the racetrack where the draft is really important and pulls you alongside again. And yeah, my voice just cracked. Caleb's now looking over at me, trying to make me break or something, but it's not going to happen. And neither will Aston Wyatt break after all this pressure from the lead. He has so many fast drivers behind him, including the one of the fastest around the nation, because Dutch Westbrook is a national level driver, and he's right there on the bumper of Aston Wyatt.
I was about to say, it sounds like one of these 206 cadet kids is up here commentating with me, Rocco, with that little bit of a voice crack there. But no, nonetheless, you're doing a great job to I guess, play the whole thing off. And good job, nonetheless. But these kids here are really providing us with some great racing action. The driver in third, Tyler Morwick, 119.271, closing down on the gap. But again, big incidents in this race have really just blown a hole in this entire championship, and I can't even tell you who's going to win it. Aston Wyatt seems to be the favorite now, and it falls into his hands with how it looks. But again, with the points update, it looks like Tanner Barsh is, I guess, has a bigger gap than what he does. But again, when you think about the whole season and the entire championship, he finds himself really close to Aston Wyatt on the points after drops. But again, you have to think if it ties up, then who has the lower drop and whatnot. So Aston Wyatt just has to, has one job in mind. He already came short once today of a race victory. He just has to do it again and be in the situation to put himself in a race-winning position here in this main event. Westbrook all over the rear bumper there of Aston Wyatt looking, and just not enough. And there goes Morwick to the bottom of the racetrack. Pass or be passed in this cadet class, and he's able to get clear, but a little bit of contact there with Aston Wyatt as well, man. Turn 11 has been a struggle spot for a lot of these kids this weekend on making moves, and it's just, it gets really, really close throughout that corner there, Rocco.
Yeah, as you see now, Marshall Steve's trying to kind of fade back on this lead group here. There's a bunch of separation as they come through turn one. Probably the biggest separation we've seen for a few laps. There's Theo Mitchell and Garrier in fourth and fifth place. Dutch Westbrook working really hard to try and get his way back up. Morwick able to get around him last time by a good move. Almost got in the back of Aston Wyatt, but was just able to cover up Dutch Westbrook from getting back under him in the right-left chicane. Whenever you saw Dutch Westbrook kind of tap his bumper, trying to get the inside on Morwick there, but Morwick doing a great job to get back up to Aston Wyatt. In this part of the racetrack where there's so many long straights, you're going to see them all start to catch back up to each other all the way down into turn 8 as that group that was split up earlier go. Now as you see Garrier down into turn 8, gets down the inside of Dutch Westbrook for P3, and it's a clean move. A little bit of a curb hop there from Dutch Westbrook trying to get the switch back on him, and he almost does. Gets back through to the rear bumper of Garrier. You see him tap his helmet and point forward.
Westbrook still happy to work with Dean Garrier here in this one, and just not going for a move for now for Dutch Westbrook in that Bennick machine. And again, it probably will change the order at the end of this race after obviously post-race penalties and whatnot as well. And again, unintentional there by Westbrook, but just couldn't get on the brakes soon enough there for Dutch, and finds himself way off. Unfortunately here, well, not way off, but finds himself down in fourth with a little bit of pace to find at 119.316 compared to the 118.673 that Garrier's setting, and everybody else inside of the top three is in the 118 mark. Westbrook just a little bit behind that, but again, he could have a push from Mitchell right behind. But this race, I mean, you can't expect, you can't predict who's going to win this race in the end. Aston Wyatt's in probably the best position. He's found himself in this position many times before, but Tyler Morwick, this kid has been impressive towards the latter half of the year, and he's been impressive now as Dean Garrier looked to make a move there on the inside of turn 8. Got a push from behind, and Dutch Westbrook, who looked to move him through, and They just got slowed up just a little bit, and Wyatt falls back to the 4th spot. Him and Theo Mitchell now going to be 4th and 5th here. So we'll see what Theo Mitchell can do, who provisionally sits 2nd in the championship without drops. And again, it could change in the end as well for Theo Mitchell, who's in a good position nonetheless. But this time around, with just 5 minutes to go, Marshall Steeves looks up to the sky and knows that he's losing time with the top 4, and just doesn't have the pace that the top couple of drivers have. Steeves 119.985 compared to the 119 flats that these drivers in the top 4 are running just 2 seconds back, and we've seen Steeves up there fighting in the top 5 time and time again this year, Rocco.
Yeah, definitely. And as we say that, Aston Wyatt, your leader last time by, is now starting to fade as even Theo Mitchell gets around him. So maybe something amiss for that kart in the for the TKS, I should say, go-kart of Aston Wyatt, as he's falling really hard here behind Theo Mitchell. So maybe an issue for that kart there. We don't know if it's anything with that bumper dragging. I don't think so, because it was dragging all previous parts of the race and it didn't seem to do anything to him. Maybe a mistake or something else, as he's fading even more now behind Theo Mitchell. An uncharacteristic thing to see from Aston Wyatt. Up in front though with Garrier and Morwick, you saw him try to get him around the inside with that very, very late move into turn 8 last time by. Is he going to try and do it again, or is he going to push Morwick? Morwick down to the inside of the racetrack, and then he perfectly covers back to the racing line and gets the best exit he possibly can out of this right-left chicane. You see Dutch Westbrook now. He came from last, and he's all the way into 3rd now. Hit a fantastic start, getting all the way up into 6th on your opening lap from last place. So a very talented driver in 3rd place. I can't take away from the other 2. And I mean, even the top 5 are all very talented drivers. They all just find each other on different parts of the racetrack right now. Garrier, with a little bit of a run on Morwick, decides not to go to the inside, and even slows down a little bit to let Morwick take the corner.
Garrier again just slows down just a little bit, and it all goes kind of in unison, right? With again Morwick ahead, he's braking in a normal braking zone, but with Garrier right behind, he has to brake a little bit sooner. The same goes back to Dutch Westbrook, and it goes on and on and on and on all the way back. It's how early you get on the brakes, how late you get on the brakes, and how early you get on the gas at the end of this race. Again, it just continues to change, and Garrier wants to work with Tyler Morwick here as he moves back onto the racing line, and those top 3 drivers continue to pull away.
Yeah, frantically pointing forward to Morwick to get away from Dutch Westbrook right here, as he's a very quick driver. I mean, Dutch Westbrook had that unfortunate incident where he got into the back of Aston Wyatt earlier ago. As you see now, Morwick to pull down to the inside of the racetrack again, and then pull right back to the racing line without really looking. I mean, if Garrier was over there on the outside, it could potentially cause disaster between these 2 drivers if Morwick moves like that with Garrier on the outside. But Westbrook, with that incident earlier in the race, we might see potentially a post-race penalty coming his way. So even if he gets out in front and wins this race, who knows what the stewards will have in store for Dutch Westbrook. But still, your top 3, Morwick, Garrier, and Westbrook, with only 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. We're running out of time in this 206 cadet class for Garrier to get out in front. He looks at his engine, maybe something amiss on that go-kart. I don't think so though, because the pace has still been off the charts for these 3, pulling away from everybody else, even the likes of Theo Mitchell and Aston Wyatt. Aston seems to fade even more, now 5 seconds behind and almost falling into the clutches of Marshall Steeves there as these 3 come around turn 7 for the few final times of this race and of this year, because it's been such a tight, fun race weekend or racing series for these drivers, as Dutch Westbrook now pulls all the way around and clears Garrier before even getting to the apex of turn 8.
Garrier must have some sort of issue, because he's falling off of Tyler Morwick here and continues to look down at that engine. Not anymore, but he was on that back straightaway, so something could be amiss. He's moving to the top of the racetrack there. Westbrook right behind of Tyler Morwick, who is leading away for Trackside Karting Services. Morwick finds himself as well in a good spot in this championship. He sits 7th at the moment, so this win would catapult him all the way up to probably just around the 5th spot after drops. A good showing so far by Tyler Morwick, who looks to take his what could be, I believe, his first regional race victory of the year. And Dutch Westbrook looks to deny him on the inside of turn number 3. Westbrook's able to get clear, and he's through for that spot.
Still, though, Morwick in a very comfortable position right here as he tries to get around the outside, or to the inside, I should say, of Westbrook. You see Garrier pulling to the outside to try and get a good run on these 2 as they battle. You see a good switch back there from Morwick to get back into P1. A fantastic move to switch back on Westbrook there. Garrier now back up in the fight. We have Theo Mitchell in 4th place, sitting about 2 seconds back. With a little bit of fighting, it has to be less than that as of now, and as they keep fighting, you'll see it, Theo Mitchell get closer and closer to these 3 up here. Dutch Westbrook trying as hard as he can to get around Morowick. Morowick being really good at defending this whole race. He's been going down to the bottom of the racetrack in this part, especially into turn 11. He doesn't want to give Westbrook that inside of the racetrack. You see him fade low. Dutch Westbrook, though, tries to fade lower, and he does. Breaks deeper than Morowick to get the P1 position from Morowick. Garrier just sitting in 3rd, eating popcorn, watching this battle play out up in front. 2 sticks in the air this time by Westbrook, your new leader.
2 laps to go. Dutch Westbrook leading the field here. Is leading for now, but Morowick with a good exit there on the exit of turn number 2. Morowick all over the rear bumper here of Dutch Westbrook, who's going to have to go low to defend here. Not going to go too low. Going to take the normal racing line and keep Tyler Morowick at bay. In that trackside karting services, GFC Gear just falling off, and he may fall under fire to Theo Mitchell as this race ends. Westbrook to the top of the racetrack. Morowick had a nose inside there for a second. Slots back in a line here the last couple of corners of the second and last lap, getting set to come underway.
Yeah, definitely. You see Westbrook hold the middle of the racetrack there, trying to prevent Morowick from getting the inside preferred racing line going through turn 7, because there is a little inside you could slot into in that corner now as Morowick pulls down the inside of turn 8. Will Westbrook be deeper on the brakes? We'll see if he tries to hold it around the outside. Morowick now to the lead of this race when it counts the most. We're coming around to the white flag. Westbrook pulls to the outside of the racetrack because Morowick loves to cover that inside line coming into turn 11. Westbrook covers him completely now as they come around through turn 10. And with the lead again, they've been switching back and forth every single lap. Garrier, however, running out of popcorn as he's been watching this fight happen for so long. The white flag now in the air. Garrier has to make a move at some point if he wants to get further up in this podium in these podiums. You have Theo now on the scene with these 3 other drivers, so it's now going to become a fight for potentially 4 if Westbrook and Morowick can fight each other enough to slow each other down. So Westbrook doesn't really defend too much, I don't believe, into this corner. Morowick going to follow him through. Is there going to be a sneak attack move into turn 5? I don't believe so. And as we round to turn 6, half a lap to go. What will Morowick do on Dutch Westbrook?
Westbrook goes to the middle of the racetrack here to fend off Morowick just that little bit. We saw him set up an over-under move the lap prior. Gary just hasn't had enough pace to get up there and fight in the battle for the race win here. Mitchell is getting closer and inching closer to Gary here as the laps continue to run down and the corners continue to run down. Morowick to the bottom of the racetrack. We saw him take the lead of the race here a couple of laps ago. He's able to get clear there. Westbrook, can he set up an over-under? Gary is right there in 3rd. They're going to go side by side all the way down the back straightaway to turn number 11. Westbrook with a good run around the outside. Morowick at the bottom of the racetrack looking to fend him off. Westbrook's going to crowd him just a bit. Garrier on the outside. What can Garrier do there from 3rd? Westbrook looking to set up an over-under. He's able to get clear. Those 2 make contact. Garrier looks to set up an over-under move. A drag race all the way to the finish line. 4 wide, but it goes the way of Tyler Morowick, who wins in Amarillo.
What a fantastic Twisted Cadet race from your top 4 drivers. A picture-perfect top 4 finish. You see Westbrook with a penalty all the way down into 4th place now for your driver who had that unfortunate incident earlier in the race involving both him, Aston Wyatt, and Tanner Barsh, which ultimately took Barsh out the race. So your top 5 running order will be Morowick, Mitchell, Garrier, Westbrook, and Marshall Steves rounding off your top 5.
What a race here in 2:06 Cadet. The action continues here. Our last commercial break of the weekend getting set to come underway, but your KA seniors waiting on the grid. We'll be right back after our last break of the evening.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
It's been a long year here in 2024 for the Texas Sprint Racing Series, and it all ends here this weekend at Amarillo Kart Complex in the Panhandle of Texas. The fall finale, and this is it, the main event of the evening. Your KA Senior is getting set to come out onto the racetrack, presented by CRG Nordum. It all boils over here today on a championship battle that has kept everybody on our toes. But your starting lineup here for this main event: Jake French and Jesus Vasquez Jr. on row number 1. The driver who's in the lead of the championship starting on the outside. Aiden Rudolph, the driver who becomes the Predator here, looking for a championship on this in the first year of the CRG Nordum resurgence, starting third alongside Shirley Adams.
On row 3, it'll be Cone Summers and Billy Musgrave. On row 4, it'll be Joey Friend and Xander Clements. Our very own on row 5, it'll be JD Lamping and Justin Music.
You go back to Beckett Friesen, Jonathan Bischoff. You go back to Ian Howell and Taylor Roddy on row 7. Ozars, Alex Pope, Ibrahim Din, Dallas Dunlap. Back to Bryce Frank and Sawyer Roussel, your top 10 rows.
And then it'll be Sebastian Trejo and Jensen Harrell on row 11. And Shimbashi and Kurt Goodson on row 12. Preston Pico and James Good on row 13. And then on row number 14, it'll be Wyatt Renfro and Eddie Bamru.
You're back to Landon Skinner, Adrian Cruz, two drivers that had issues throughout the heat races. Ramey Angel, the 31st driver in this race, and Peyton Phillips starting way back in the order in 35th. And Jake Faulkner there as well in 36th. It's been a great year for racing here in KA Senior. We've had hectic races, we've had good races, pull-away races. We've had it all, but it all comes down to this. The final time in 2024 racing action here at TSRS. One of the best championships that we've seen in quite some time coming into the final round. Aiden Rudolph, his worst finish on the year has been a second. Vasquez's worst finish on the year has been a third. These two drivers, you heard from Peyton Phillips yesterday, deserve to be in the fight for the championship. Deserve to be there. And it all comes down to this. It all ends here today in 2024 on what's expected to be a very, very good race, and a couple of one-off drivers here this weekend look to get themselves into the mix. For Rudolph to win the championship here this weekend, he needs to win this race, and Vasquez needs to finish third or worse. And the fastest lap of the race would also fall into the hands of Aiden Rudolph for that to be his championship. For Vasquez, he just has to keep it there, and Rudolph cannot win this race if he wants to hold on to the championship. The California kid coming into Texas looks to take a championship, but a lot of drivers looking to deny him. Into the start box we go for the final time in 2024. We are green here, and already a lot of side-by-side action. Aiden Rudolph goes to the lead of this race early. Vasquez falls back to third. Jake French there, still in second. Over the curve there, Vasquez looks to work his way through. Cohen Summers, a couple of CRGs up there for the MSL Racing team. Everybody side by side on this back straightaway. Vasquez stuck on the outside. Cohen Summers looked to go through. He was able to get it done. Faulkner already making up a couple of spots, but Vasquez stuck in a swarm here, and this is not what he needs in a championship. Rudolph is absolutely running away as everybody for second on back continues to fight here.
Yeah, like a horde of angry bees on the opening lap. These KA100 drivers able to fly out as we have oh my goodness, multiple drivers, Preston Pico among others, off of the racetrack. I think Cruz was also off on the racetrack there. You saw him come back onto your screen at the last moment. So Cohen Summers with a lightning start, able to get around Jesus Vasquez Jr., but Jesus was able to get around them again. So you see Truly and Cohen Summers both fighting through turn 3s and 4. Cohen Summers able to come out on top. Billy Musgrave following closely behind. On your screen there, that was, I believe, Jake Faulkner finding his way up the grid as fast as he possibly can. So a lot of fighting happening all over this racetrack. Aiden Rudolph with a huge lead now, almost 2.5 seconds clear of Jesus Vasquez Jr., his rival in the championship, as now the two identical people seem to mix these two drivers up. Justin Music and Beckett Friesen go side by side through turn 7. Now you see that is Bischoff down the inside, trying to go down the inside of Xander Clemens there, and can't get it done.
Yeah, he wasn't able to get clear there in that corner, as Cohen Summers now going to fall under fire to Truly Adams here on the back straightaway. Adams on the inside on that factory cart. He's able to get clear, but overshoots it under braking. Summers able to set up that over-under nicely and retake the 4th spot here. And that gap for Aiden Rudolph opens up just a little bit, over 2.5 seconds. And this one, Musgrave almost sideways on the exit. He gets together with JD Lamping there, and they lose a lot of time to the rear bumper of Truly Adams.
You even see, I think that was Taylor Roddy getting around his teammate Xander Clemens, so a really good move there from Roddy up in front. Oh my goodness, JD Lamping and Billy Musgrave make contact. Billy has to move. Oh my goodness, a bit of a unsafe re-entry to that track, and a bad deed from JD Lamping there. It seemed to bite him a little bit when coming through the corner as he loses a bunch of positions. There's Peyton Phillips on the track now. He's with Roussel. They find themselves going around, I believe, JD Lamping there. Now Bryce Frank trying to point Nowazarsk through. Normally a shifter driver in this series, but now he's running in a single speed class and is still getting his elbows out. Now Peyton Phillips going around Sawyer Roussel there for that position. A little bit of a bumper there from Sawyer Roussel. A bit of elbows out racing there. Only tripping over each other's feet as now you see Cruz go down the outside of everybody. They're almost 3 wide coming into turn 11. Beckett Friesen and Joey Friend there coming through the final few corners there. Justin Music just right up of the road.
Yeah, that entire mid-pack battle is just a complete swarm here in this race, and it doesn't seem to be calming down one bit. Everybody side by side, elbows out racing all throughout this field. Kurt Goodson there on the bumper of Musgrave, who looks to push Faulkner through, and it's just been a crazy start to this race from the mid-pack back, and all these drivers are not even inside of the top 10. They're just 12th and back, and back to JD Lamping, who's 14th here in this race so far, and it's been just a hectic race all throughout, and everybody able to work their way through, as Phillips has had the best start probably out of anybody else. He's already up a number of spots, 22 spots gained in this race. Peyton Phillips, are you kidding me?
Another big mover in the class is definitely going to be Jake Faulkner, as he started 36 both times in the heat races, and now he started 36 again. He's up 13 spots after complaining about motor issues yesterday. He said that he swapped the motor for today, and he seems to be in a much more better form as he's overtaken almost half the field now to work his way up to his teammate of Dallas Dunlap further back. And you can see on your screen there, I believe that is Cruz, and there's Dunlap with Jake Faulkner. Oh, big contact between all those drivers. You can see a few go off. Unfortunate there, the 934 goes off of the racetrack, so Jake Faulkner and Dunlap. You can see Musgrave's Nassau panel is damaged and it's flopping in the wind, so unfortunate for Billy Musgrave there. A bunch of damage is going to slow him down for sure on those straightaways with all that added drag. There's Peyton Phillips on our screen, and he is moving forward at a rapid pace here around P12.
This entire mid-pack is just give and take, and take whatever you can. Everybody fighting against each other, giving the bumper to each other, and it's just very, very hectic, all from almost 12th on back. You can't even tell who's in that group. Ibrahim Din is in there. Cruz was off the racetrack there in turn number 11 after issues on the opening lap, but Beckett Friesen already making a couple of gains here. He's up to 7th, so a good drive so far for Beckett Friesen, and a good drive as well for Justin Music to be in 6th. Those two rookies have been impressive all year long, and to be inside of the top 10 for the two of them is definitely good as well for the couple of TB karts there as Phillips looks to close in on that gap, and Ibrahim Din over the grass there. But the battle for the lead and the battle for the championship is still in the lap of Jesus Vasquez Jr. Rudolph continuing to pull away here early on in this race. That gap sits at 2.8. Vasquez setting fastest laps of the race, but with Rudolph setting really identical lap times, this is good for Rudolph. And again, with the fastest lap, the championship still goes the way of Jesus Vasquez Jr., and that would be obviously unfortunate here for Aiden, but he just needs to keep it on the racetrack, needs to continue to push, continue to try and inch his way away from Jesus Vasquez Jr. The battle for the lead just at under 3 seconds, and you see there Rudolph in a zip code of his own, and then it's Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Jake French, who, if he wants to help Rudolph in this championship, which I'm pretty sure he's oblivious to what's going on, just worried about getting the best finishing position here today, he'd have to finish ahead of Jesus Vasquez Jr. Vasquez can't afford, or Rudolph can't afford for Vasquez to hold on to the fastest lap of this race. So it's looking good for the GFC Trackside Karting Services team of Tim Lowball this weekend, as Rudolph sets the fastest lap of the race, goes a 10th quicker than Jesus Vasquez Jr. That gap opens up to about 3 seconds here with just 8.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, your leaders evenly spread out, and it just goes to show you how close this championship battle is, where a fastest lap can be what knocks one driver on or off that top step of the championship podium. If Jesus Vasquez Jr. trying his absolute hardest to find his way back up to Rudolph, but on a track that he's very strong at, he is really doing well. And you see Peyton Phillips down the inside of Taylor Roddy there for, I believe, P11. So Taylor Roddy and Xander Clements get split up by the fast Peyton Phillips. So he joined us in the booth yesterday, but there's no rain out on the track today, so he's definitely going to be out there turning laps as fast as he possibly can. What a fast driver, and able to go through the field. Our fast mover for sure. Xander Clements, our fast mover in the Heat 2 yesterday. Two drivers on the racetrack that find each other. We'll see if Peyton Phillips tries to get around Xander into turn 11. He has a bit of a gap between Xander, so the draft is definitely going to come into effect. You see him suck up right to the bumper. Where is he going to go? To the inside of Xander Clements right here into turn 11. You see Xander look over, and he even is able to get around Xander into the braking zone and get right by us. So now these drivers are going to work forward on, I believe, Joey Friend, who's just up the racetrack.
Yeah, and for Peyton Phillips, it almost seems like a last to first challenge here today. Xander wasn't going to fight it too much because Peyton Phillips has a rocket ship strapped onto that high 5 performance OTK. He continues to go quicker and quicker every single lap. Obviously, isn't as quick as your two leaders because he is having to make moves every time that he goes around this racetrack, but it's been a good showing. 25 spots gained. Get out of here, Peyton Phillips. He's driving on easy mode throughout this entire pack, and the spotlight on this kid, if that's the motor he's going to have on Supernats, you guys better be on your toes because he's definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with once we get to Las Vegas later on this year. Next up for him is going to be Bischoff there, who's right ahead of him in the 911 factory kart machine.
Yeah, Bischoff, a driver who was very quick in qualifying in the early stages of this weekend. During the qualifying session, surprisingly got into, I think, the back of Peyton Phillips during qualifying, so his P2 efforts were diminished by a post-qualifying penalty. Definitely unintentional. They definitely, Bischoff apologized after that qualifying session, but now they find each other on the racetrack again. I bet there's no hard feelings between those two, so we're going to see them possibly battle it out for P9. Bischoff, a driver who we don't normally see in the Texas Sprint Racing Series. He comes from California, and it was difficult for me to ID him yesterday because of that. A very quick driver and bursting on the scene in TSRS. A good performance from him. Now on our screen, Trilly Adams, Cohen Summers, and Justin Music. Justin was super quick the other day and got into a little incident with Trilly Adams just 2 karts up ahead. So a little bit of drama going on between those two drivers earlier in the weekend. We'll see if anything happens when those two find each other on the racetrack, as Justin Music is definitely catching Cohen Summers down this straight. You see Cohen tap his helmet. Is Justin going to follow through? No. He's going to go down to the inside and then last second pull back in because Cohen Summers wasn't going to let that happen. He wants to work together with Justin Music to get up to Truly Adams and try to maybe file through and maybe even make 2 spots on him. As now Cohen Summers goes down on the inside. Is Justin Music going to follow him through? He tries his best. Cohen Summers gets the point, and Justin Music almost gets overtaken back by Truly Adams. Good, clean racing through there in the turns 11, 12, and 13 chicane.
Summers able to get through, and this is going to be a career best finish for Cohen Summers here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series in the senior categories. He's had a struggle throughout the year, but I mean, this time around, Summers has definitely shown his pace here today, and he's absolutely flying on that MSL Racing CRG. The same goes for Justin Music, who surprises Summers there into turn number 5. Justin Music, the rookie's able to get clear there. And a good heads-up move, a slick move by Justin Music to get clear there and up in a P4. This is a driver who we've talked about a lot this year, but we haven't talked about him, being inside of the top 5. Him and Beckett Friesen were super impressive for that Arcade Motorsports team at the opening round of NOLA, but just that little bit of inexperience in the senior class definitely didn't benefit them, and now they've, with a full year of experience almost in the final round, they're definitely shining bright here at Rocco.
Yeah, definitely. Justin Music, a driver who was running KA Junior in previous years, coming up into the senior class, even though it's the same motor in senior class, it seems to be a little bit more of controlled aggression as apart from some of the chaos you would possibly see in junior where all the gloves come off from the very start. So Justin Music looks over his shoulder, sees Cohen Summers and Truly Adams. A little shake of the head there as he's getting caught by Beckett Friesen and more. Another MSO driver, Joey Friend, in P8, followed closely behind by Peyton Phillips. So a lot of very fast drivers in your top 10. Here with these three, they're all followed very closely. No moves for position there. They're all probably trying to work together and pull away from Beckett Friesen there. But Justin Music with the advantage here.
Justin Music with the advantage, about 2 car lengths in between himself and the CRG of Cohen Summers. Then back to Truly Adams, who as well has been impressive this year. Again, started off just very green to the entire senior class, and has definitely matured a whole lot throughout the year and learned a whole lot as well throughout the year. And on the inside now, Cohen Summers going to look to get a move done here for the 5th spot. Not close enough there into turn number 8. And again, an update on your leaders. Aiden Rudolph and Jesus Vasquez Jr. are still 2.5 seconds away from each other with 3 minutes left in this race. That gap just is closing down, but not enough for Jesus Vasquez Jr. as Rudolph goes 0.2 slower that time around compared to Vasquez Jr. And this story, this year for both of these drivers has been great. Rudolph's worst finish to date is 2nd in 2024, and he's had a great year, battle for the championship and battle for race wins and heat race victories every single time that he hit the racetrack. It was a big step for him, moving away from his dad's team at the AR Academy, moving over under the wing of Ewan Jeffrey this year, and deciding to drive and to work for Ewan Jeffrey in the shop. This kid has been busy in the shop for this entire team all year long, and he's put himself in a position and matured a lot throughout the years to put himself in a position to be a championship contender. And the same goes for Jesus Vasquez Jr. The first time we saw this kid was last year in Odessa, Texas. He was super impressive at a racetrack that he had just driven at, and it honestly started as just a getaway trip for him and his dad, Jesus Vasquez. And then at the final round of the Texas Racing Series in 2023, he put on a clinic at Speed Sports Racing Park and won that race. And then this year comes back for a full season with new colors, a new chassis for him as well, with the Trackside Karting Services GFC. And this kid has been absolutely impressive all the way from California, has surprised a lot of people from Texas and put himself on the map this year. This is a kid that we're going to be talking about a lot through the next couple of years, and finds himself in a great position to win this championship here in 2024, holding on to that 2nd place, a 107.461. He knocked off another 0.2 off the gap of Aiden Rudolph. That GFC coming to life here late in this race, just 2 seconds. That gap now in between Rudolph and Jesus Vasquez Jr. Time and time again, they continue to fight for race victories week in and week out. And for Peyton Phillips again, who sits 3rd in this championship, it was a slow start to his year in NOLA. He wrecked on that main event with Braden Robertson, and then as the year continued to progress, he surprised everybody at Crescent, Texas at Carmoto, where he was able to over-under almost 5 drivers to take his first regional race victory of the year. And as well for him, a nasty crash a couple of weeks ago at the Emmy Grand National Championships, found himself in the hospital for a couple of days, and this kid has been putting on an absolute passing clinic here today. 28 spots gained for Peyton Phillips, and I think it's even more than that, 29 spots gained. Peyton Phillips, this kid when we get to Las Vegas later on this year, he's going to be one to worry about, Rocco.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he isn't in the championship hopes of this race, but as you see, Cohen Summers now getting overtaken by Peyton. I mean, just corner after corner. This driver cannot stop making overtakes. He's almost suffering from success in these slow-speed corners, making so many overtakes, pointing forward, just trying to make position after position. Up the road is Justin Music, the next victim of Peyton Phillips, who is absolutely flying right now. And this championship is one that is so awesome, possibly one of the best championships for the K100 senior class we've ever seen in the Texas Sprint Racing Series. These two drivers have not given each other the chance to breathe at all race season long, and Aiden Rudolph just put down his best lap time of a 107.639, but you have Jesus Vasquez putting down a 107.4, so he's also flying. There's 2 laps to go this time by, so Jesus Vasquez within 2 seconds. It's a huge order to ask for him to catch up to Aiden Rudolph in these closing laps. I don't think he'll be able to do it unless there's a big incident with Aiden Rudolph up in front, but he's been flawless so far. And both of these drivers have been so flawless throughout the entire season. It just shows you why they're so close up in the championship. By himself right now, still, you can see Jesus trail very delayed a little bit. He comes in the corner just a second and a half after Aiden. So close after so long in this season. And with a very good opening part to this race, Aiden was able to put down a gap that Jesus Vasquez Jr. may not be able to chip away at by the time we get to that checkered flag.
It's a big gap, about over a second and a half here in between Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Aiden Rudolph. And again, we cannot give these two kids more credit than we already have so far this weekend. They have been impressive all year long in 2024. They gave us some of the best battles that we've ever seen in the series history with CRG and Trackside Karting Services GFT. The white flag in the air. Rudolph looks over the shoulder. He knows that Vasquez is close, but with the white flag in the air, Rudolph gave this championship everything that he had to fight against Jesus Vasquez Jr., but it shows you why Vasquez is in the position that he's in. These two kids have been super, super impressive all year long, and they continue to provide us with great racing action. We hope to see more battles like this in the future with two kids that, gave everybody in the paddock emotions, lined the fences every single time that they hit the racetrack. They were always kept the fans and parents and team owners on their toes, kept everybody with emotion here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, and they've done a great job to make their teams proud, their dads proud. I know Jesus Vasquez Sr. is proud of seeing Buddy J lap around in almost a victory lap for him here in the championship. And the same goes for Alan Rudolph and Aiden Rudolph, a very close relationship in between those two, father and son duo that have come up through the ranks together year in and year out. The same goes for you and Jeffrey. He's going to be happy to see that CRG Norda machine back on the top step here in Amarillo. Aiden Rudolph is going to win in Amarillo Kart Complex. But in 2024, Buddy Vasquez Jr. looks set to be your Texas Sprint Racing Series champion. And you see the side of sportsmanship in between those two drivers who have had many battles, who have been unhappy with each other time and time again this year. But at the end of the day, we're all in it for the same thing, and that's to have fun and to give the emotion, to take the emotion home to everybody who's watching along. And again, a huge shout out to both of these guys who have been great. And there you see it from Aiden Rudolph, a flawless performance here in Amarillo, Texas, Rocco.
Yeah, that was a fantastic showing of just skill and ability by those two drivers. They were so close to catching each other on the racetrack. At least Jesus Vasquez was. If they had a few more laps to go, Jake French, who just gave the thumbs up to Aiden Rudolph there, your final podium finisher on the 3rd place. Peyton Phillips was able to get around Justin Music there for that 5th place position, all the way up into 4th place. A insane charge through the field from Peyton Phillips there, as he also shows gratitude towards Aiden Rudolph. What a season all these drivers have had. What a season in general for these K100 seniors. And as they pull into the pits, and what a fantastic Texas Sprint Racing Series it has been, Caleb.
Man, in 2024, we are all super thankful for those of you bringing us along, and for Brittany Lobo and her entire TSRS team. We say big thank you to her for bringing us here year in and year out, and obviously we enjoy coming out here. For all the sponsors as well, for the Texas Sprint Racing Series, for all of our sponsors, we appreciate everything you guys do for us, for bringing you guys out here, and for all the teams, all the parents that are here and supported all these drivers and supported us in 2024. We'll say thank you. We're back next week for the final round of the United States Pro Kart Series, where Austin Garrison and Ryan Norberg go head-to-head. But in 2024, we say thank you to the Texas Racing Series, and we'll see you next year.